Hello everyone, welcome on in. It is time for day 2 of Subathon, but we also have plenty more visual novels to play for the Fall in Love Steam Fest, so that's exciting. Um, we'll be starting with Taishō Romance Theater, which I want to address first of all this page, which isn't exactly how I would have it set up, but like this came up before I get to the settings for the game, and it seems important to read out first. So the viewpoints of the characters do not represent the author's stance. The story is purely fictional and is not related to any real persons, events, or organizations. This demo contains mild blood, grotesque, violent, and horror elements, along with content that may be disturbing to some. If you feel uncomfortable while playing, please exit the game immediately. So in the case of you guys who are viewers, please step aside, put down the video if you're watching this edited in the future. Certain scenes of the game feature grotesque imagery, including exposed entrails and similar content. Please choose whether this type of content will be displayed. Since I'm personally fine with it, I'm going to have it enabled. So if you're not okay with it, might not be the time slot for you. Hopefully the next game will be more up your alley. um, the setting can be changed at any time, though, if you do decide to play this yourself. It's in the audience advisory or preference menu. And yeah, adjust to your personal preference level of comfort. And you can change it during gameplay. You'll just need to roll back to the start of the affected scene in order to view the updated visuals, which is cool. I'm, once again, going to have that enabled. Where's the settings? Preferences, probably. Okay, that's too much. There's gonna be like maybe a little bit down. Text speed much faster. Full screen. There we go. This is what I wanted for that. Okay. But also, I would like to read how the devs described the game to me when they reached out to me. It is a dark story-rich romance visual novel set in 1920s Taishō-era Japan, featuring a diverse cast of romance options, 2 female, 2 male. In a tale where love, fate, and the arcane intertwine, players follow Kotare Sakuma, an amnesiac actor, as his peaceful life unravels after a strange incident awakens unexplained powers within him. Amid the glittering stages of Tokyo and the shadows of unseen forces, a friend's mysterious death draws him into long-buried secrets of magic, memory, and blood ties. As Kotari uncovers hidden truths and dangerous conspiracies, players must choose: return to the embrace of the bloodline or pursue complete freedom. And the demo contains around 52k words in total, 37k excluding variations. So that's exciting. And the full game is planned for release in late 2020. It is on Steam. It is available natively for Mac. It is also on itch. They actually have requested that you guys prefer to check out their itch page rather than on Steam for now, because it has been shadow banned / de-indexed. So please go ahead and check out the page on itch. I do have it pinned on the top of chat, and if you're watching this on YouTube, I will have edited on YouTube. Rather, I will have the itch link to it specifically in the description. So yeah, that's what we're getting ourselves into with this one. Very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are also looking forward to how this goes. To anyone that is in the Silly Guy Corner, feel free to pop in to help me provide some voices if you would like at any point. And yeah, I guess without further ado, let's start. I do like how these are. The start is grand opening, back in the spotlight for loading, intermission for exiting. And there's a gallery behind the scenes coming soon too, which is cool. Yeah. Let's pop right in without further delay. I think I might be dreaming. A warm, soft darkness wraps around me. In the boundless distance, specks of light glimmer like emeralds. I drift in this amniotic blackness, which bathes my bare eyes, ears, nose, and mouth in bliss. As that brilliant jade hue engulfs my body, the stars begin to blink in unison. And from the furthest depths from within me, from such an intimate darkness, rises a chorus of sighs, so familiar that it brings tears to my eyes. Hi, you're big. I should fix that.
Yeah, perhaps. Perchance.
I can't say I expected you to actually pop in right away.
Listen.
Listening.
This sounds right up my alley. Also, just from this CG alone, I know the art style's gonna fuck real hard.
True.
Also, I need another break from the task.
Fair. Shrinks you.
Yay.
I should probably share the screen on Discord.
Perchance.
Yeah. There should be 2 males and 2 females, so that would be a pretty even split for us too. Which is fun. And ironic that the MC happens to be male too. It's like, ah yes, perfect. I don't remember if I finished reading this.
I think you did?
I'll read it again anyways, just in case. Grabs crocheted chicken and shakes it anyways. And from the furthest depths from within me, from such an intimate darkness, rise a chorus of sighs, so familiar that it brings tears to my eyes. Ah. Here you are. Okay, I don't know who's talking. Could be anyone. Something brushes gently against my cheek, delicate as a feather. It stirs a breath of air that leaves ripples in my vision. Even smaller than I thought, so it's been this long. I want to open my mouth to ask whose voice this is, but what reaches my senses, even before the voice, is a taste, bitter and impossible to describe. Why can't I remember your name, no matter how hard I try? At some point, I'm not sure when, that feather-like sensation gently, okay, the Y is just like hanging off of the thing there, settled over my face. Why are you making that face? That's not like you at all. Well, I'd like to gaze at you a little more, but this place is not for you. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Kotori. Kotori Sakuma. Next time we meet, don't forget me. Kotori has a little bit of fuck-ass hair, but, like, it's cute.
Taking the scissors to his fucking head.
Don't know who's talking. Maybe you can take whoever this is, though, at first.
Okay. I'll dry read. Kotori. Kotori?
My head hurts. Who's calling me? Geen.
Geen.
Ugh.
Okay. I don't know your gender, but it's very gender.
The gender is green.
The gender is green. What kind of voice would suit them? When I see that fuck-ass Bob, I think of a very specific type of voice, but I can't do that specific type of voice.
That's fair.
Are you alright? Come on, wake up.
A voice tinged with concern, someone gently shaking my shoulder. I pry my eyes open. The familiar interior of the car swims into view, and so does Kazuya, his face taut with worry. Ah, male. Thoughts and memories fall back into place. The din outside seeps through the windows, as the car speeds along a road lined with gas street lamps. We're on the way to our new residence in Ginza. The troop leader, Kazuya, seems intent on settling down in Tokyo this time. No, I'm fine. I guess I just overslept.
I couldn't wake you up at all. Were you having a nightmare?
My body's still sluggish from sleep, and cold, clammy sweat clings to my skin. In the car window, I see my reflection, haggard and drawn. Maybe I did dream of something, but no matter how I try, I can't dredge up the faintest memory of it. I glance at Kazuya. Anxiety is still written all over his face, and has been so pale lately. For a moment, I can't tell which one of us looks more like they just escaped a nightmare.
Pale is an understatement for Kazuya.
Yeah, a little bit.
Bro looks like a sheet of paper.
He's literally lighter than the text box, which is a sheet of paper. I'd better not worry him. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. What about you? You didn't get any rest either. You look even worse than me.
You were tossing and turning in your sleep. I thought you were having another flare-up. As long as you're fine now, that's all that matters.
It's been a whole year. We can't expect everything to be like it was back then. And the flare-ups. It's a long story. We were supposed to arrive in Tokyo a year ago to begin our tour. But maybe that's how accidents are. With no rhyme or reason. I mean, that's why it's an accident.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of accidents.
And that's how accidents work.
That's how accidents work.
If it's not, then it's on purpose. Something happened to our train that day, and I hit my head during the accident, so I can't recall much from before. By some stroke of luck, no one else in the troop was seriously injured. Only I was knocked unconscious for quite a while, leaving me with headaches that come and go. Since then, Kazuya has gotten overly worried about me. His own health has been getting worse too, though he's still in good spirits. Just like Hatsuyuki, she claims it's only from the shock, but whenever I say to take it easy or get some rest, she either doesn't answer or changes the subject.
Well, I'll get some proper rest once the premiere is over. Things are fine for now. Thank you for caring so much about me. Anyway, Tokyo seems to have changed again. Did the tracks run this far out last time? It's quite the sight. How does it feel to be back after so long?
Kazuya's words leave me at a loss. Everyone says I grew up in Tokyo, but I have only the most fleeting impression of this vast city. Also, this might be a problem with all big cities, but everything here just feels suffocating. The buildings, the railway lines, the bustling throngs. Do I really fit in here?
What was that?
Nothing. Well, if you really want to know, I'm just a bit worried.
Why this all of a sudden?
We can't possibly be the only trip in Tokyo, can we?
So that's what's bothering you. It'll be fine. With you and Hatsuyuki here, all we need is to keep doing what we've done during the tours. But I suppose it's good that you're so nervous.
Who's nervous?
Alright, have it your way. Well, Hamuro-sensei gave me the script a couple days ago. Want to go over it together tonight?
Hamuro-sensei came back? Hamuro-sensei is a playwright on good terms with Kazuya. Kazuya has always held them in high regard, and entrusted them with the script this time. Non-binary? Or just don't know? Mystery.
If it's non-binary, then that's pretty pog.
Although Hamuro-sensei is technically a member of the troupe too, they've always been elusive. I haven't seen them a single time in almost a week on the road. I thought we'd be waiting a while longer. You mean it's just that no one told me?
Sorry. I was planning to tell you once we got settled, since we've been on the go lately. The rest has to come first. Nihonbashi, we're almost there.
Not this again. Fine, I'll let you off this time. So this is Ginza. The closer we get to Ginza, the more I can sense Tokyo's opulence. The only real impression is of the crowds, but here at least, the extreme value of every square foot of land is almost tangible. Living in a place like this. Kazuya said we have an investor's backing, but I still can't help feeling uneasy. Not to mention the car rental fee. We used to pinch pennies to make ends meet. My thoughts drift further and further away. By the time I regain my focus, Kazuya has already moved on to another topic.
Oh, did I ever tell you about where we'll be staying?
Sorry, what? Apart from mentioning it's in Ginza, he never brought it up. It must have slipped his mind with everything going on.
The house we're staying in. Half the ground floor is rented out to a cafe. I hear it's quite a popular spot. Though coffee isn't really a novelty in Tokyo anymore, their fresh fruit ice cream is one of a kind.
Fresh fruit ice cream sounds good right now.
It does. I remember you and Hatsuyuki loved this back in school, and you were the only ones who could afford it.
I almost say, isn't it kind of weird eating cold treats in winter? The look on Kazuya's
No.
face. The look on Kazuya's face somehow stops the words in my throat. It's almost like he's lost to memories. Huh. Maybe I really did love those little treats back then. I'll give it a try if I get the chance.
We've still got some ways to go. Anything else on your mind?
Well, the only option. Tell me more about the old days, I guess.
Why the sudden interest?
Great question. It was the only option.
Where to begin? I guess I'll start with how things were before the troupe came together. We first met in Sasaki-sensei's piano class. You always had that stony face, looking so glum. I couldn't really hold a conversation, so Hatsuyuki tried every trick to make you smile. We found out you liked ice cream only because she dragged you to try out the nearby cafe. You barely said a word, but you sure weren't shy with the food, so... Then you blurted something out. Which is how we learned that you just thought it was so cool.
Hey. As much as I'd love to shoot this down, that does sound like the kind of thing I'd do. Judging from Kazuya's expression, he could keep going. No, I don't think that'll go well. This, let's leave it at that.
Anything else?
How have you two been lately? Who two? Oh.
I would assume Kazuya and Hatsuyuki.
Maybe. You and Hatsuyuki both look so worn out every day, and your mind's always wandering. You two aren't keeping anything from me, are you?
No, why would we?
I haven't even said anything, and you're getting all worked up.
Sorry, I just...
Just what?
I was teasing you earlier, but the truth is, I also... Well, we've had so many delays getting to Tokyo, I didn't want to bring down the morale.
Kazuya forces a smile, but seems rather strained. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you like that. But you can talk to me about these things.
Yes, I know you worry about me too. Thank you. I can tell you have more questions, don't you?
What's the script about? That's a good question.
That is a good question. Arguably, that should have been the first question we asked.
Yeah.
Hamura-sensei said it's based on your... Oh, right, you don't remember. You once brought back a manuscript of an old play from quite a long time ago. Hamura-sensei took a look and said it was very inspiring. Apparently this new script was influenced by it.
I brought that?
Yes, but that was ages ago, back when the troupe was just getting started. You later gave the manuscript to Hamura-sensei. If you want it back, I'll ask them for it when they return.
Kazuya, sometimes I think he really takes things too seriously. That's fine. No need to bother. As we speak, the car makes a turn past a cafe sign. It veers away from the bright, bustling main street. It comes to a stop in a narrow alley. All that glitter and clamor vanishes abruptly, along with the words I meant to say. The alley is deserted, but neatly swept. The space before the doorway is lit by the dim glow of a yellow lamp. The cars carrying the other members are already parked up ahead, and people are moving back and forth with luggage.
Alright, let's go.
I didn't even notice Kazuya getting out, and the coat draped over his arm adds to his gentlemanly air as he opens the car door on my side. Never mind. It's cold. After so long inside the warm car, it slipped my mind how biting the wind would be. This is cute.
I didn't expect Kazuya to be that tall.
Yeah, same.
Based on his sprite, he looks like a short king.
Yeah. Who's the silver-haired baddie in the background?
No, literally.
It's just Sephiroth.
God forbid. I've seen enough of that man.
I hurriedly scramble back to grab my jacket, but Kazuya beats me to it. He shakes out the coat he's holding and wraps it around me. He buttons my collar, takes a step back, looks me over head to toe, then nods in seeming satisfaction.
There we go.
Gasp, or something. His faint scent of alcohol and antiseptic is now more noticeable than ever. That's an interesting combination. That too, but... The chilly air still brushes against my exposed skin, but for some reason, I feel as if I'm burning up instead. I'll go in first... Who's
Hello.
this clown? I'm trying to shake off...
Who's this clown quite literally?
Yeah. I'm trying to shake off this odd atmosphere, but as I hastily barge ahead, I forget to pay attention to my surroundings. Kotori is just a boy failure.
He is.
I love it for him, though. And before I know it, I've crashed headlong into a young man. It's not the pain that hits first, but its strange, cloyingly sweet smell. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like rotting fruit. Naniwa is a really funny name for this clown. I kind of want to take the clown, but I don't know what voice to give him.
Take the clown.
Shakes him.
Puts him in a snow globe.
Yes. Voice direction, though.
I don't know why, but I'm getting Komaida.
I mean, I've read as Komaeda before, so I could just flip through my little repertoire to pull him out.
Yoink him from the archives.
Yeah. I could definitely see where you see Komaeda. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. You're right, Sakuma-san?
Kotori, are you okay?
I'm fine. Sorry about that.
I'm just glad you're okay. Let me carry those up for you.
Just completely ignored the clown, damn.
Yeah, damn.
It's time for a break, at last. After unpacking the last suitcase, I've got no energy left for etiquette. Collapse onto the sofa, utterly spent. Or, I collapse onto the sofa. The eye is just kind of hanging out by the little buttons over here.
I love when text goes out of text box. It's my favorite thing.
Leaning up against the soft cushion, I stare blankly at the ceiling light for a while until I feel myself gradually reviving. And the gifts I brought. There's still a jumbled heap in the corner. The Paulownia seals on the wrapping gleam under the light. Gifts with the Paulownia seals is really funny that it just says that.
Mm-hmm.
I receive these gifts every month. I practically have the pattern memorized down to the last detail, but they leave me inexplicably irritated. Oh, okay. To be honest, I have no clue who's been sending them, but Kazuya told me that they've been arriving backstage ever since my debut performances, always stamped with the same Paulownia seals. It's most likely some young master or lady from a distinguished family since they get to use an emblem, but their taste is unfathomable. Most of the gifts just end up collecting dust. Damn.
Damn.
Look at the time. Kazuya's probably waiting at the rehearsal room by now. Forget it, I'll deal with the stuff later. Oh. My hair's fine. I turned to glance behind me. It's empty. Nothing's there at all. Was that just my imagination? Why am I getting so paranoid? Hey, been waiting long?
Not at all. Really, wouldn't it be better to take a break tonight instead?
I reflexively touch my face. Kazuya notices and can't help but laugh.
Don't worry, you haven't got eye bags. Here's the script. Why don't you take a look first?
He hands me a stack of neatly bound papers, the cover entirely blank. Oh, fun. We just kind of have to guess who's reading their line first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and say Kotori first based off of, like, the text box style matching what Kotori's had.
Right.
But we'll see if that holds up based off of the next character. Got any rice? Nope, does not hold up.
Okay. Oh my, Takumi-sama. You've come at an unfortunate time. The aged rice is long gone. All that is left is the grain from the new harvest.
Not a single bag?
Not a single bag. If you want some, you'll have to come by earlier tomorrow, and ready your purse, for the price has risen by 1 sen.
Fine. I've still got dried fish at home. And change is good for the appetite. It's no big deal. I'm off. No need to see me out.
Take care, sir. Penniless wretch. How long will radish leaves and dried fish fill your stomach?
Based off of the fact that Kazuya's thing turned...
Yeah. Ahem. Sensei, you're getting distracted again.
My apologies.
You've seemed down lately. Because of the unpaid wages?
You're still a student. You needn't worry about these things. I'll be here for class no matter what.
No, I'm not thinking about school. It's just that I saw a job advertisement the other day for a newspaper.
I think I could stand to turn the game music down some more.
Yeah, just a smidge.
Yeah. Because your voice is getting a little lost underneath it sometimes.
Sargi.
Like, not your fault. Like, I did think it might have been a little too loud, but wasn't 100% sure.
I was thinking, you write such fine essays, Sensei. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try, don't you think? And it pays so well.
But it's been years since
That doesn't matter, Sensei. There are lots of students eager to try their luck and in urgent need of your guidance.
I'm out of firewood. The rice, too. Where did these rats come from? Not a grain spared. And there's still the rent. Is it true? With no money, is there no hope? At least this pen can still write. Narration. I guess since my guy is still up there, it's safe to assume he's reading it.
Yeah.
In late spring, as warmth swiftly returns to the land, I receive an invitation from an old friend, and thus I journey to a temple way through the mountains to behold the weeping cherry in full bloom. How have you been? He inquires of me. Perhaps due to the heady wine or the petals that...
Heady,
huh? Or the petals that float within my cup, I find myself wholly intoxicated. The deepest truths of my soul, it seems, can only be spoken amidst such sweet scenery. Wait, why is it cut off? Kazuya doesn't seem surprised. Maybe it's a misprint? Never mind, I'll improvise for now. Oh boy! Let's see. Never did I think the pursuit of happiness would be so exhausting. Parents, the less said of them, the better. But perhaps there is some worth to be sifted from their actions. Or I simply think this moment all is well. That's funny, but so probably not that one. I don't know, what do you think?
For first option feels like it makes the most sense in context to me.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree. Wait, what? As soon as I speak that line, the remaining text is swept away by some unseen force. In its place, black lines writhe and squirm across the page, weaving themselves into new words faster than I can blink. My blood feels like it's boiling, surging through my veins, searing in my throat. The pain blazes like I'm swallowing flames, as if raw flesh is being torn from my mouth to feed those growing black lines. My mind goes blank. When I manage to come to and flip ahead a few pages, the text has settled into a coherent story. There's no remaining trace of the distortion from before. My friend's face is steeped in the glow of dusk, and a faint memory stirs. No, that's not how it goes. My eyes are fine. Am I haunted or something? A dull ache blooms in my head. My temples draw tight, pounding. Those black marks imprinted on my retina still twitch spasmodically in the corners of my vision. But as soon as I focus my gaze, they turn into perfectly ordinary blocks of type, lying completely still. It's as if it was how they've always been, as if everything I just saw was a mere illusion. My day's look must be too obvious. Kazuya puts down his script, with that mix of confusion and concern back on his face.
Is that all for today?
My eyes kind of hurt. Sorry, I've crumpled the pages.
You'd better take a break first. It's my fault. I should have made sure you got enough rest before talking about the script. I'll bring you a new copy when you're feeling better, alright?
I really don't want Kazuya worrying about me. Before I know it, a line comes rolling off my tongue to cover things up. Forget it. It's better to have him think I'm tired than to have him know I might be losing my mind. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe.
Especially because this is the 20s. Kotori?
Thanks. That sounds good. But I still need to read the script. Can I borrow yours for now? As the cold water splashes my face, there's a belated flare of pain in my forehead. I don't know why I read initially belated in my head as bleeded, which is very not correct. Just thinking of sheep, I guess.
So true.
Kazuya's copy of the script is also the altered version, but he wouldn't joke around like this, and he couldn't possibly be in cahoots with me to trick myself. Imagine. Everything seems as though it's always been this way. And that's something I saw in the mirror. What is going on? Looks like curses and hauntings might not just be flights of fancy after all. Oh, hello. Floofy.
Very floofy.
I think this...
Kotori.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this might actually be a female for once. I just remembered the stream together exists. I should push you. Plonk.
Yeah. I've been in there.
I forgot. You're not muted on there for once, so that's weird.
I mean, my mic's blocked, so I don't think that... Oh. Never mind. It was not blocked, in fact.
Yeah, huh.
Huh.
Anyways, Bloop
Anyway.
pats her, Floofy.
Huh? Hey, Superstar, you don't look so good.
That's cute.
Has Kazuya been giving you a hard time?
Hatsuyuki. Only the sound of that familiar voice makes me realize I've been in a trance here for who knows how long. And the troop's leading actress blinks at me. She's standing before me, her green eyes as vivid as two emeralds against her pallid skin, their gaze locked unwaveringly on my face. When did you get here? No, wait, did you get any rest?
When? Oh, I guess around the time that a certain Kotori was spacing out and his stomach started growling.
Oh dear. Growling?
Alright, let's go grab a bite to eat. You can't sleep on an empty stomach. Just think of it as keeping me company, okay?
Hatsuyuki takes my hand and pulls me off the sofa with a gentle tug, like a snare closing around a fledgling. Her hand is so cold, but her eyes stay fixed on me, narrowed slightly at the corners, like a cat, or a bird, or a fox, or some other sharp and sly creature waiting for my response. I like that the example just kept going until just like, you know what, anything that meets this criteria.
Yeah.
Fucking mood though.
He's so stupid.
Yeah. I can't recall exactly how close we used to be, as classmates and friends. Despite that, I think I could lose my memory all over again and still be helpless to refuse her. Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
How about the cafe next door? Shall we? Squeak. Oh, cute. And the cafe's fireplace is lit. We're here right at dinner time. The air is rich with warmth and the aroma of food, perfect for soothing strained nerves. It's been a while since we last shared a meal, thinking about it, as I nestle into a soft armchair in the corner. That feels like a lifetime ago. Natsuyuki calls the server over for the menu. While I flip through it, she props her chin on her hand, staring straight at me. I give in, closing the menu and raising it to shield my face. I think I hear her laugh. The sound drifts across the table and wins its way into my ears. I'll have soda water and a sandwich, thanks. What about you?
Me? This one, I guess.
And there's a rustle from her side. Then the menu is plucked away from my hands. Natsuyuki stacks the two hefty folders together and passes them to the waiting server. Once the server is gone, her gaze returns to me, her expression abruptly serious.
Alright, enough of that. What's with you today? You seem so out of it. You're giving me a real scare. I'm not like Kazuya. I won't just let you get away with an I'm fine.
Her tone is light, but I know that she means it. There's no bluffing my way out from under that gaze. Not today. I'm not sure where to start.
Then start from... arriving in Tokyo. How about that?
If you say so. With Hatsuyuki's gentle eyes trained on me, my feeling slowly stirs, the sense that it might not be too bad to talk about this after all. When I finish my last sentence, Hatsuyuki is still watching me, silent and solemn. After a while, she smiles. There's something a little uncanny about it.
Had any dreams lately?
When I fell asleep in the car, I think I dreamed about something really important, but I can't remember what it was.
Let me think. I'm sure you've heard all sorts of Japanese legends about gods and spirits, haven't you?
And there are more deities up in Takamagahara than there are grains of rice in a vat. That's really funny. Wait, are you serious?
Since your surname is Sakuma, I'd say that's the most likely possibility. Here, hold up your hand. Block the light for me.
What's Sakuma got to do with it? Even as I think this to myself, I'm already reaching out to enfold her small, cold hand in mine. That odd flowing sensation revives within me, a restless current which seems to be drawn towards something, but without the searing pain from before. Duck.
Duck?
Duck! Surprise duck. In Hatsuyuki's hand, specks of light emerge from nowhere. They flicker briefly, and as if needed by an invisible force, they condense into a little bird that glows with faint blue light. The young birds of downy gray feathers graze against my fingertips, leaving an airy wisp of warmth. And perches on Hatsuyuki's palm, head cocked to the side, looking very much like a duck. Yeah, I would say that looks very much like a duck.
Yeah, that's a duck.
Mm-hmm. Whack.
Objectively speaking.
Street. Is that a swan? When I finally managed to stutter out those words, Hatsuyuki burst into an uncontrollable laughter, her shoulders heaving with mirth. In the blink of an eye, the little bird dissolves back into specks of light and fades with her chuckle.
It's a duck. Just a duck. But the point is, that's how it feels, isn't it? Something is about to burst out from within you, and you have strange visions.
Yes.
Right. We've still got some time before the food comes, so I'll tell you a thing or two. What you bear is an inborn talent. The gods generously bestow their dregs upon the lucky few, and so we gain a sliver of power. Power that was never truly ours to wield. Who can say if it's a blessing or a curse? But it invariably grants us some special abilities. And of course, it's been passed down through the bloodline. That part isn't great. I'm not sure what exact terminology is used in Japan, but anyway, just think of it as sorcery, onmyodo, or Shinto magic. That sort of thing. According to most... let's call them mages. According to most mages, there are two kinds of magic. One kind can be wielded by mages through study, though it still involves some simple rituals. The other is a unique magic, born from the fusion of oneself with those dregs. It's known as a talent. Even within a single family, no two people share the same talent. I don't know what your talent is, but it's best to keep that to yourself. And that's because most mages have a strict taboo against magic that deals with the soul, or life and death. If everyone were to treat life and death so carelessly, the world would be thrown into chaos. This kind of magic also takes a tremendous toll on the body. My point is, keep your secrets, even from me. If the burden upon the body, or here...
Hatsuyuki lifts a hand and taps her temple.
becomes too great, a mage's flesh will gradually mutate into a more primitive state, until they transform into a monster, mindless and deathless. Most call this process reversion, and so far there seems to be no way to undo it.
You mentioned earlier that I'm named Sakuma, so that's why you brought it up?
Just like I carry the name... Blinks. Barya Kinskaya? Barya Kinskaya.
Baryakinskaya.
That seems Slavic.
Yeah.
It reads Slavic.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Just like I carry the name Barya Kinskaya, the Sakuma family is renowned in Japan too, after all. And when we first met, you were just an ordinary person. I never expected it to turn out like this. Maybe it was that accident. I failed to protect everyone.
Oh, hi, Peachy.
Hi, Peachy.
Hatsuyuki's voice gradually lowers, and her expression clouds. Her fingers twist together. Accidents can't be predicted. That's just how they are. The waiter arrives at the tray and starts to arrange the dishes before us. Only then does this transient space of ours awaken from its heavy silence. You missed the duck earlier, Peachy. The duck was pretty
great. The duck was great.
And the sandwich exceeds just the right amount of heat, and the wheaten aroma of the toast mingles evenly with the fragrance of the scrambled eggs and steak.
I want scrambled eggs.
Fair. Combined with the lettuce sprinkled with sauce, it all sparks a rare thought within me. That seems worth a try. Before Hatsuyuki sits a plate of konjac drizzled with black syrup, she frowns as she struggles to swallow an entire piece. She once said that she hates this sort of thing since it's like biting into a limp and slimy slug. Then why did you order it?
Girl, don't torture yourself.
I might be making my doubts too apparent. After catching her breath with a gulp of lemonade, Hatsuyuki begins to speak, uncharacteristically hesitant.
Don't give me that look. I need to keep in shape these days. I don't want to have to adjust my costume later.
I mean, fair, but like, there's ways to keep in shape without eating things you don't like.
Exactly, girl.
Just eat a bunch more lettuce. Good enough. I don't know.
Yeah, become Banui. How do you like the food here?
Well, my tongue's having a pretty good time. Considering that is not a normal way to phrase things.
I don't think he's normal.
No, he's not. He has a TBI for sure.
Is that so? Good. Oh, right. Tomorrow, do you want to go check out the theater Kazuya booked for our performance? We can try getting up on stage. Who knows, it might help set the mood.
And satisfy curiosity?
And satisfy my curiosity.
I'm still drinking my soda as Hatsuyuki forces down the plate of konjac, settles the bill, and dusts her hand out the door to catch the falling snowflakes. She's always had impeccable table manners. That konjac must have really put her off.
What is konjac?
It's usually a jelly. Hence the comparison to slugs. I pull on my coat, doing up the buttons as I pass through the motley crowd loitering in the cafe, till a strangely familiar figure brings my feet to a standstill. Is it the clown that got ignored earlier? It's a girl clad in an ornate gown, expressionlessly sipping her drink. The red and gold flare of her skirt reminds me of a fish gliding through dark water. Her table is laden with dishes, and a maid stands next to her, slicing the food. The girl's back remains fastidiously straight. Even her spoon rolls through the coffee without a sound. Damn. But when those golden eyes turn my direction, a shiver runs through me, like a serpent just clamped down on my neck. Snapping back to myself, I flee. I shove open the cafe door and put its bulk between me and her gaze. It's kind of funny.
What's up? Why the rush?
Nothing. We should get back. Hatsuyuki saunters down the street with me in tow. The sky has darkened, and a thin layer of snow carpets the ground, already melting in the warm air issuing from the storefronts, and then freezing again to form slick ice beneath our feet. Around the corner, a simple udon stall sits at the mouth of the alley. The rich scent of oil and soy sauce bubbles forth. It brings some touch of life to the otherwise deserted alleyway. Even from this distance, I can hear the drunken hubbub at the stall.
The woman in the middle looks more like a quote-unquote chief than the fuck-ass rando dude on the left.
Yeah. Chief, can you keep it down?
If I take this woman and she ends up being a love interest, I'm gonna be pulling triple duty.
I mean, we don't...
Because I also have Kazuya.
Yeah, I don't know if there's love interests at this point.
Yeah. I mean, we can make safe assumptions on Hatsuyuki and Kazuya.
Yeah. Shrug.
A shrug. What? So this bastard can dop this hot potato on my lap and I can't say a damn thing about it? How's this even supposed to work? He claims he's got no connections, so he thinks I've got enough to deal with that old fox's tricks.
But we don't have any other choice.
Shibata-kun! As soon as something comes up, you're always cringing with your tail between your legs. Knock it off! It's not like I can handle this either. Tell me, what the hell does he want from us? The kid refuses to go back home. What am I supposed to do? Break his legs and drag him back?
I mean, you could just carry him. I don't know. How big is this kid?
What a shit show. Guess I've just gotta put up with it.
Chief, please, that's enough.
Huh?
The inebriated woman suddenly swivels, like she has eyes in the back of her head, and shoots a glance right at us. Then she gives the young man next to her a hard smack on the shoulder. Ow, Chief.
Whatever, just eat your noodles.
By the time we skirt around those two drunkards and make our way back to the lodgings, night has fully descended. Ahead of me, Atsuyuki quietly nudges the door ajar. Then, like a squirrel, she slips through the narrow gap. Warm air billows out from within, and a faint tingling ache slowly returns to my cheeks, numb from the cold wind. It's pitch black indoors. I can hear scattered rustling sounds. Huh? Why are all the lights out? Atsuyuki and I are back. Where's everyone? One, two. What? Whoa. Surprise. Oh, is the clown part of their thing? Interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think that was like the implication when the clown was first introduced, because why else would they be wearing clown makeup?
But why were they ignored?
I don't know.
I don't know. You can maybe just use
Welcome home, Sakuma-kun.
Yeah, there we go. Golden flakes and colorful ribbons cascade from above, accompanied by the clicking of a light switch. Troop members pop out of hiding in every corner of the first floor, like mushrooms after rain. Their hands still dusted with flecks of gold. Seizing the moment, Hatsuyuki swiftly wraps her arm around my shoulders, leaving me no chance to dodge the ensuing flurry of embraces. You guys, what's going on here? The Komaeda voice, right? Of course, we're celebrating the grand finale of our Emerald Eye Troops National Tour, Tokyo. Sure, we ran into some delays this year and didn't get to schedule any shows, but from Kyoto to Nagoya to Osaka to Tokyo. Oh, and all those little towns in between. We've been going strong for 2 whole years. It's been rough. Aburatani-kun and I spent the whole day unpacking and settling it in before we could even think about pulling this off. And wow, our costumes don't even fit inside our 2 huge wardrobes now. Who would have thought? Everything from Moliere to Shakespeare, but we didn't notice at the time. It's only when you start taking stock of all the costumes and props that it really hits you.
I'm assuming Aburatani is the baddie with the ponytail in the back.
Yeah.
But I can't tell their gender.
Yeah. We could stick with the dry read for now until it's more clear who that is.
Even then, I'm also voicing both Kazuya and Hatsuyuki, so maybe you should take this one.
I guess. And there's more. Oh right, we're also celebrating that the Fool's Feast has already sold. How many tickets was it again?
It's a full house. 800 seats plus the VIP boxes in the balcony.
That's right, on opening night. Even after laying low for nearly a year, people still remember us. Naniwa's vibrant voice practically jolts through my eardrums into my skull. I curse myself for not having 2 extra hands to shield my ears against the onslaught of sound waves. Enough of that.
And there seems to be loyal fans of the troupe visiting from elsewhere. They've come all this way just to see this performance.
It's all thanks to our leader and everyone. And of course Sakama-kun especially. Or else we wouldn't be doing this well. Guys, that's enough.
Oh, what's the matter? Could it be our hotshot leading man who sells out entire theaters is shy about being so popular?
Don't you join in too?
But of course, who can resist this awkward look of Kotori's? When he's obviously over the moon, but thinks it's uncool to get excited about compliments.
Hatsuyuki lays bare my exact thoughts with a grin, and as Kazuya and the others laugh, the heat rising to my face might be enough to steam me alive. Oh dear. Miyako. There's so many. I was not expecting many.
Yeah.
And we don't know which ones are dateable still. Besides the two in the middle, most likely.
I think we can probably tell if they end up being dateable if they have the funny colored name tag and also it has their first name and last name. Because
I guess.
that something stuck out to me because no one else has their like full government name written down in the name tag.
Yeah.
But Hatsuyuki and Kazuya do.
Yeah. So I guess the rest of the troop is like free for all for voicing.
All right, my cake is ready. I'm not late, am I? You're all in such a good mood. What are you chatting about?
Miyako-san, you've gotten into Western desserts now, on top of all the Japanese cooking. Since when? This cake, it can't be.
I learned it from the cafe owner next door. A celebration needs something special. You like this flavor, don't you?
They've been in for a day and already learned how to bake a specific cake from the cafe neighbor. Damn.
They're either insanely good at cooking or insanely dedicated.
Or both.
To learning. Or both.
Before you get into that, Matsuo-kun's sneaking a bite. I saw him. Huh? I'm just sampling the flavor. It came out great. You guys, cut it out. I haven't had any yet. After the whirlwind of chaos, all that remains is an empty plate and cutlery smeared with cream. One by one, Kazuya persuades everybody to return to their rooms since it's getting late. On the first floor, so lively a while ago, now hosts only Hatsuyuki and me, along with the scattered remnants of gold flakes, ribbons, and confetti. Every iota of strength has drained from my body. My eyelids are so heavy, they can barely stay open. Ugh, I'm so tired. It's gonna be such a hassle cleaning this up. Hatsuyuki chuckles when she hears this.
Well, it's a celebration after all. It was Naniwa's idea, so let's leave the cleanup to him. What matters is that we all had fun.
She skips light-footed up the stairs, then whirls back, wreathed by the lights, and waves at me.
Okay, I still need to have a chat with Kazuya. It's been a long day. You better get some rest, superstar. We've still got that theater trip tomorrow.
I do like that she calls him Superstar. It's cute.
It's cute.
I also like this illustration too. Also cute.
I love the illustrations because when you usually see like these cut-in CGs, they're all like really like chibi cute, like all that. These are so unique because they're in like such a sketchy style. I like it a lot.
I really am exhausted. Back in my room, I can't even be bothered to wash up or get changed properly. Almost as soon as my head sinks into the soft bedding, sleep engulfs my eyes. Perhaps because so much happened today, my sleep was flooded with a dizzying array of fragmented dreams. When I next open my eyes, the room is still shrouded in darkness. My body feels like lead, and a sharp, sour taste clings to the back of my tongue. I'm so thirsty. What time is it? I switch on the bedside lamp. The warm glow of the bulb sheds a dim amber light across the room. The desk clock emits a steady mechanical ticking. In the faint light, I can just make out the hour hand pointing to XI.
11.
Yeah. I shut my eyes and try to will myself back to sleep, but my mind only grows more alert, and every sense sharpens with it. My ears are flooded with the sounds of the wind, The clockwork, and my own heavy breathing. Noises that I would normally overlook now echo through me like roaring thunder. Blech. I can't sleep. Might as well get some air. And the troop is dead silent at night. I gently close my door, treading carefully across the carpet. I wander idly through this still unfamiliar building, by the ashen moonlight streaming in from the windows. My room, Hatsuyuki's, and Kazuya's are on the second floor. Hamano-sensei's room is on the other end of the corridor, though they seldom stay over. It's probably gathering dust right now. Looking down over the corridor banister, I can see the reception hall and Kazuya's office. Opposite the office are the dressing room and rehearsal room. With nothing better to do, I reread the nameplates on all the doors, then follow the moonlit stairs upward. The third floor houses are the other members. Every door is shut tight, as if the occupants are already deep in slumber. The window at the end of the corridor looks out upon the late-night streets of Ginza. There's no sight or sound of humans, only the gas lamps and the stars, shimmering together in soft hues. I tiptoe down the corridor, and as I pass one of the rooms, the murmur of voices brushes against my ears.
I did eat something today. I tried to throw it up when I got back, but I just can't get it out clean.
Girl. Is that Hatsuyuki?
Do you think it'd be better to cut it open and clean it out?
Girl. Mysterious, The person answering her seems to be standing farther away. Their voice is too muffled to make out.
Have you gotten any better at this? The stitching last time was a real mess. I could feel it even through my clothes. But it's my fault too. The more times it's cut open, the harder it is to sew back together. Usually I can empty things out just fine. I don't know what's wrong today. But are you too tired for this? It's winter, so it'll be a while before things start rotting. And that should be fine, right?
Girl, what? What are they talking about? I take an instinctive step back. The floor creaks beneath me.
Who's there?
Footsteps approach. I turn and flee. No time to worry about the noise. All I want is to get back to my room as fast as I can. My ears are ringing from the sprint, which drowns out any sound of the door opening and closing. It's only back in my room that I realize I'm gasping for breath. I can't go back out there. I lie back on the bed and steady my breathing, but my mind can't help circling back to the words I overheard. Is Hatsuyuki sick? Before I can make sense of anything, sleep, summoned by all this exertion, claims me once more. This is before he takes me under, I think. No matter what, I have to apologize to her tomorrow. A dreamless night passes. When I awake, it's already broad daylight outside. I tidy myself up and head downstairs. Kazuya and Hatsuyuki are already up, on the first floor. I'm not sure what they're discussing.
Is our sleeping beauty finally awake? We were just talking about you.
Morning, Kotori. Oh wait. Oops.
Oops. Morning, Kotori.
What were you two talking about? Me?
We were wondering if we should get breakfast together, but Kazuya's such a busy guy I couldn't talk him into it. Yes, there's an investor coming today, so I might be tied up this morning.
Hatsuyuki shakes her head regretfully, then makes her way behind me and gives me a little shove.
Looks like it'll just be the two of us then.
By the time we get to the cafe, it's well into the morning. There are already a few tables occupied. I see you there, girl. And the girl I saw yesterday is still seated in that same spot next to the window, her head slightly lowered as she sips her soup in silence. I force down my budding unease and find a spot to sit with Hatsuyuki. It's a partition adorned with greenery which blocks the view, making me feel somewhat better. Hatsuyuki calls over a server and orders a cup of hot milk. I still don't have much of an appetite, so I just ask for a croissant.
Something on your mind?
I couldn't sleep last night. Hatsuyuki adopts a theatrical look of a dawning revelation. After the waiter sets down her food and walks away, she knits her brows and lowers her voice.
So that was you. This might be a problem.
Oh dear. And what kind of problem? Are you sick? Or is it that thing you mentioned? Magic? Spells?
Oh dear, I'm just teasing you. It's no big deal. I'm in good health. Let a girl have her little secrets.
Your little secret is at best just an eating disorder.
At best.
Yeah. She picks up her cup and takes a sip. Though her face is wan. Just dog bark in Japanese.
One.
Yeah. Her demeanor still brims with vigor. Did I interrupt you two?
You could say that. It was quite the shock.
Sorry. Natsuyuki sets down her cup, stroking her chin with a mock serious air.
To make amends, how about you go to Yokohama with me to see the flowers after the performance? I hear they've opened a new park over there. You and Kazuya both need to take a break sometime in spring. It's settled then. Alright, eat up before your food gets soggy.
Don't rush me, I'm gonna choke. We finish our meal, and just as we leave the cafe, a car pulls up to the alley entrance. A young man gets out of the car, shakes open a black umbrella, then bends down to open the back door. He's pretty. I hope he's dateable.
He is pretty. He also kind of reminds me of Kanesada from fucking Token Rambu a little bit.
I don't go there, so I don't know any of them by name. He does kind of look like a Token Rambu character regardless, though.
Yeah. That man's a sword.
Yeah. A long-haired man draped in howdy steps out of the car. The umbrella shields him from the swirling snow, and even as he is escorted into the alley, his striking scarlet figure stands out stark against the sea of gray. My gaze lingers on his back. When that face comes into view, even for a fleeting glance, I can't help but freeze. Who is he?
What was that?
Nothing. Let's go. But I want to hold his hand.
Real!
The theater reserved for the premiere isn't large, but its decor is surprisingly exquisite. I like that the staff member is just a cardboard cutout of a silhouette.
Yeah, I just I was taking a moment to appreciate the fact that they're just a cardboard cutout.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
You two are members of Emerald Eye, right? Are you here to check in on the auditorium setup?
Setup?
Mochitsuki-san has rented a small auditorium here for rehearsing on a long-term basis. It's been set up as required. I can show you two around now.
Requested rather than required, but
Requested.
I guess same difference sometimes.
I'm stupid. I can't read.
Reading hard.
Reading hard.
How is he paying for all this? Are we free to use it?
Of course. Please follow me.
We follow the theater staff down a hallway carpeted in red wool, finally stopping before a massive door of black walnut. That's sure a creaky ass door. Maybe they need to oil that up a bit.
Oil those damn hinges.
The door stands.
Grease that thing.
Lubricate it. The door stands ajar. It takes the staff member some effort to pull it all the way open, revealing a sizable thrust stage. The grand drapes are drawn, exposing the set behind. Several crew members are adjusting the lighting, just as our guide said, and this place is ready for use. Cute. Hatsuyuki stares briefly at the stage, then turns around. She's silhouetted against the lamplight. Her eyes gleam from the shadows.
Now this doesn't happen every day. How about we give it a go?
In the blink of an eye, Hatsuyuki whips out 2 scripts as if by magic. Damn. I mean, it could be.
It could be.
She tucks one into my arms, and I feel an answering twinge of eagerness. Ever since the accident, Kazuya has insisted on my recuperation. It's only in the rehearsal rooms that I regain any sense of being an actor. But faced with the real stage, however, I feign nonchalance. There's no deceiving myself. I can pretend I have no desire to stand upon it. Well then, let's try it. Have fun. Oh, it's the same role from last time. That makes it easy. Why, oh why? What I wish to write, what I long to say, that is all which matters. Nothing else, no worldly concerns should hobble my steps.
Ahem. Sensei, are you there? I've brought you some rice.
Oh boy, rice.
You haven't been to class lately. All the students are all worried. Fuck, bleh. The students are all worried, so I came to check on you. Is everything alright?
And why didn't the others come?
They have household chores to attend to. I haven't fully recovered from my illness yet, and I'm not needed at home, so I figured I'd come see you.
If I can but silence her, peaceful days will be mine once more, for a time. Time, precious time. I simply need to make it an accident.
Hello?
In that case, come in. Did anyone see you?
Ellipsis.
Ominous silhouette of the character, like in-game character, not the stage character. The spotlight falls on Hatsuyuki. She opens her mouth, but no sound comes out. Ah. It's her light next. Why isn't she speaking? In the stifling frozen silence, my unease grows. I hear the crew muttering. Hatsuyuki? Oh. The instant I say her name, her body sways. Then she collapses heavily onto the stage, landing with a dull thud. What's wrong? Are you okay? My mind explodes into tumult. I practically trip over myself scrambling to her side. She lies quietly on the cold, dusty floor, her cheeks smudged with a trace of grayish powder. No matter how I shake her, there's no hint of a response. I reach out a trembling hand, holding my breath, and gently bring it closer to her nose. She's not breathing. I push my nerveless hands against her chest. Yeah, nerveless, that's a weird description. And press up and down, again and again. It has to work. She'll be fine after this. That's what they all say. I press until my hand tumbles over my eyes, until fine beads of sweat ooze from my forehead. Hatsuyuki opens her mouth and lets out a soft sigh. I knew it. I knew it would work. Thank goodness. Hatsuyuki, don't scare me like that. Please, wake up. Wake up. Stiffly, I press my ear against her chest. There's no pulse of life, only coldness and decay, and a glowing sweetness wafting. Wow, these are hard words. From her collar, like, yeah, I know. From her collar, like rotten fruit. This has to be a joke. Just a joke. It can't be. No. You were just talking. Don't tease me. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? Hatsuyuki's lips are parted, unspeaking. I stare at her face. What changes have I missed in the past minute, the past half hour, the past day? Her eyes are wide open, usually an adorable sight, but now those unblinking glassy eyes fill me with a terror that drenches me in cold sweat. I can't look directly at them. How absurd everything suddenly is now. How ridiculous. We ate together, made plans to look at flowers in Yokohama, were enthusiastically performing just minutes ago. How could someone just die like this? Like every color has drained away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a pale, empty shell. Where did she go? There's so much noise around me. After a while, it occurs to me that the crew is screaming. I mean, fair when the actor just kind of drops dead.
Yeah.
Someone pulls me away. I tumble to the ground. It doesn't even hurt. Hey, watch out! Something's wrong! Call Kaze Matsuri-san. The stage lights shine down upon her, white light enshrouding white corpse. white dust drifting in the air. Uniformed people close in around the body, and the glassy green eye peers through the gap in the crowd, staring straight in my direction. Suddenly, it shifts. I blink my dry eyes and finally see, in the shadows, amidst the dust and the light, looks a green-eyed monster. The monster ripples outwards, flowing across the stage. The monster looks at me. He crouches over Hatsuyuki's body, like a soul untethered from flesh, a fetus bursting from the womb. Ugh. I've seen it before, in the mirror, the white-feathered monster. July 5th. Meiji. Didn't catch anything else. January 14th. Taishō.
Okay, so one of them is talking, but I don't know which one.
Yeah. Given that whoever they're talking to has the Kun honorific, I'd imagine Mochizuki is male, but...
Well, Mochizuki is Kazuya.
Ah. I forgot. So I guess that doesn't narrow anything down, does it?
No.
Play rock, paper, scissors.
Dunk and pong.
I think there's actually a website for this. Hang on. I think it's called What Beats Rock. Yeah, but how do you play with someone? Okay, this is just for playing with a bot, not actually playing against each other.
Fucked up.
I don't know. Hands you a rock. What do you have? Scissors or paper?
Well, you can't just say. You can't just say what you're playing.
Candidate.
Hands you scissors.
Okay. I guess that means I read it? I don't know. Okay. How very impolite of you, Mochizuki-kun. I merely came to inquire how the boy is doing. I never imagined matters would take such a hazardous turn. Alas, now that it has come to this, I can only offer my sincerest apologies. Oh.
Oh. You...
Has your wound split open? Youngsters are so reckless with their health. I'd appreciate you keeping this meeting between us, Mochizuki-kun. After all, when it comes to family, it's only natural to get a little carried away. Wouldn't you agree?
You drove Kotori away years ago. He doesn't remember a thing now. Why are you still...
And why? Mochizuki-kun, you want to understand the reason better than I do.
Oh, so they're not dateable.
Yeah. Rip. And one more thing. I rather suspect that my dear Kotori remains unaware of whatever you and Miss Baryokusaka, I fucked that up, but that's fine, have been keeping from him. Am I right?
How do you know that?
Minoru-san, the snow has stopped.
My, look at the time.
Oh wait.
Well then.
I think this might have been the girl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoops. Minoru-san, the snow has stopped.
My, look at the time. Well then, let us draw this little encounter to a close. Mochizuki-kun, if you'd be so kind as to inform your teacher that I would very much like a word with them in the coming days, preferably sooner rather than later. Come along, Serena.
Herm. Hands you a rock.
Hands you paper. I don't know.
Okay. So many stitches. My, this is quite something. The skin seems partly translucent. And what's this? Ugh, they laid that powder on really thick. It's pretty well preserved. I've never seen a spell like this before. A fine piece of work. Well, since it could go on stage, I guess with enough makeup it looks like a living person. No wonder you called me in. Good job remembering to evacuate the civilians this time. Declare it a medical emergency, whatever works. Where's the person who came in with it? Did you get a rundown yet? Still no response. Come on, did it really scare him out of his wits? Hey, look up. Okay.
An acute, intense jolt of pain spreads through my jaw. But it's nothing. Nothing compared to the dying agonies that Hatsuyuki endured as she lay there. If I'd noticed earlier, would everything be different? Anguish engulfs me, smothering me, rising from the depths of my dried-out eyes. My mind restlessly chews through memories, spitting out scraps of details I once missed. If only we'd gone to the hospital earlier, gone back to rest earlier. If only. Somebody is speaking. The sound grates, like the ringing in my ears.
Hey, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, sir?
I thought I was supposed to have some magic talent. Why could I only watch her die right before my eyes? Something so useless, utterly useless. Was it because of that monster? It followed me here and killed Hatsuyuki. I did nothing but lead it to its prey.
I've had enough of this. Ignore me, will you? Snap out of it!
A gust of wind pierces sharply through the side of my neck, then dissipates, leaving behind an icy stink and a damp sensation spreading across my skin. My nurse, trembling from the narrow escape, pulled me back to my very reality I refused to face. I look up and see a familiar face. It's the woman who I saw stinking drunk at the udon stall last night. She's standing before me now, arms crossed, gazing at me with obvious displeasure. At the sight of my face, she briefly falters and her brows draw together, but she swiftly regains that impatient expression.
Huh, so it's you.
Me? She doesn't seem to be bothered by the conversation we overheard last night. She just turns again to glance towards the crowd of uniformed police, all huddled around Hatsuyuki.
Last night, I remember you and that girl, right? The one laying there, deceased? You two were close, weren't you? Do you know if there was anything going on with her recently? Any illnesses or unusual relationships or just anything out of the ordinary that happened to her?
A sticky, acrid bitterness spreads through my tongue. I could rake through every remaining memory in my amnesia-ridden brain and turn up nothing. Hatsuyuki is the same girl I've always known. I don't know anything. Sorry. The woman's eyes crinkle. Her expression softens as she sits down next to me.
Feeling nervous? It's okay. I'm just here to get a sense of the situation. Lots of crime witnesses don't realize that anything they've seen might be useful to us. It's probably the same with you.
She might be right, but my instincts keep going back to that monster, the one that seemed to be born from Hatsuyuki's corpse. It must have something to do with her death, along with what I overheard last night, but I don't know how to bring this up. The woman seems to sense my inner turmoil. She offers a reassuring smile, but it feels a little out of place.
Now I'll ask, you'll answer. Fair enough? I'd like you to be honest with me. I'm Kazematsuru. Itsuru Kazematsuru. Special Investigation Division. And you are? It always helps to know who I'm talking to.
Well, she has a full government name, but she doesn't have any fancy effects on her, like, name thing, so I'm not convinced she's dateable. Kotori Sakuma. Special Investigation Division.
I'm not surprised you haven't heard of us. Know anything about parapsychology?
I've heard of a society run by professors from the Imperial University, doing research on extrasensory perception.
Close enough. There are certain instances that require that current knowledge, or should I say technology, can't quite explain. Those fall under our jurisdiction. I don't know where I got require out of that. Shrug. Of course, as an ordinary civilian, you've got nothing to worry about. We just have our own methods, which it's best not to make public knowledge. In a city as busy as Tokyo, any secret that gets out makes its way across the city in a few days.
Parapsychology. It does ring a bell. I hear there's a group of scholars fervently devoted to Western theories, trying to replicate telepathy and clairvoyance. Like that Zero Escape, even though that takes place much later still. Still, for the police to establish a department like this, does that have anything to do with those magic users Hatsuyuki mentioned? No, I can't dwell on this right now. That monster might be... Alright, what do you want to know?
In that case, I'll cut to the chase. From your point of view, over the past, let's say, 6 months, would you say that the deceased displayed no major changes compared to today? Seemed to behave normally, never fell seriously ill, and so on?
Yes.
Was there anyone she met with regularly? I mean, one-on-one. Family, friends, doctors, anyone at all?
I rack my brain, but all that occurs to me is that, outside of performances, Hatsuyuki spent almost the entire past year with the troupe. For some reason, Hatsuyuki and all the others all seldom went out. No, except for Kazuya and me, and maybe Hamuro-sensei. She hardly ever left the troupe, where she was mostly with me or a mutual friend. I rarely saw her approach anyone else on her own.
Seems like the supply was pretty stable. So, did anything unusual happen in the past few days? Did she do or say something out of the ordinary? Of course, it's fine if not.
Last night at dinner, she ate something she normally dislikes. And despite saying this, I honestly can't be certain. Hatsuyuki and I were very close the past year as I dealt with my amnesia, but like most friends who see each other regularly, we didn't actually have meals together very often. We only occasionally mention our food preferences in passing. Only now, confronted with this situation, do I realize how much of a fool I've been.
I see. Alright then. That covers the basics. Now we'll get into some questions related to the special nature of our division. Might give you a scare, but there's no time to ease you into things. You don't know what's going on with the corpse, do you?
Her lips move, parting and closing, slicing the words into shards that drive themselves into my ears, steady and relentless.
If I'm not mistaken, she's been dead for quite some time. It's still unclear who could sustain a corpse's activity for this long, with next to no decay. We'll have to hold off on a closer examination until we bring the body back.
But how? Ever since I first met Hatsuyuki, she's always been the same. With me, with everyone else. How could she have been dead this whole time? My voice is on the verge of cracking, but Kazematsuru just arches an eyebrow.
She seemed just like anyone else for a long time. She spoke and smiled, vibrant down to the smallest detail. Isn't that right? I've dealt with a few similar cases. It's rare, but not impossible. You might want to ask that mutual friend of yours if something happened to her when you weren't around. Her body shows extensive blunt force injury and numerous suture scars, like she's been pieced together. Some of the wounds have been stitched multiple times. The surrounding muscle and skin is severely damaged. Specifically, from here to there.
Kazumatsu reaches out, tracing a line from my shoulder down to my knee, until her hand finally presses against my spasming stomach. I try to swallow, but find my throat scorched dry. It throbs with a deep-seated knife-sharp pain. Kazumatsu's eyes meet mine. I see my own reflection frozen stiff in her calm pink gaze, eyes wide and staring, expression blank, and picture of utter absurdity.
I haven't gotten to my question, but it seems like you've got something on your mind. Well, out with it. You want to know why your friend ended up like this, don't you? Spit it out. It might open up another lead for us.
I open my mouth. My voice comes out hoarser than I realized. Who did this to her? And more than that, who could get Hatsuyuki to cover for them? I overheard Hatsuyuki at her place last night. She was complaining about having to cut something open to take it out. Was it something we ate together yesterday?
Probably. A living corpse doesn't have functioning organs. The food scraps just rot away in the stomach. And you're hesitating. Anything else?
When Hatsuyuki collapsed, I also saw a white monster.
A white monster?
A white monster with wings, its head unfolding like a lily. Kazumatsu's expression abruptly transforms. Her bright eyes pin me to the spot, like a serpent locking onto its prey.
Okay. Last question.
As Kazumatsu speaks, she switches back to that look of mild impatience, like that spasm of emotion just now was nothing but my imagination.
This was supposed to be the part where I squeeze a confession out of you, but forget it. Do you know who you've rubbed the wrong way?
What?
When it comes to the cases we deal with, I don't generally explain all this nonsense to the people involved. Parapsychology this, special division that, it all sounds way too far-fetched, like something out of a novel.
Or a visual novel.
We have our ways of making sure you spill every last detail you know and don't remember a single thing afterwards. You won't even dream about it. When closing a case, for most people and even society at large, all we have to do is find a plausible excuse to smooth things over. Say, an acute heart attack, or a stroke, or maybe drug abuse. There are all sorts of stories to run with, and evidence is easy to come by. Of course, getting poisoned by a male companion in a premeditated murder, that works too. And why did it have to happen in the theater, in front of all these people? Chalk it up to the suspect's sense of ceremony. As for those things that the suspect heard and the white monster he saw, they serve as further proof that this actor was so immersed in drama he lost the ability to distinguish fantasy and reality.
Way to immediately blackmail us, sheesh. ACAB.
ACAB. Delirious and raving, he turned his blade onto the victim, who came to the theater with him. During our inquiry, we notice he avoids eye contact. His demeanor is furtive, as if he's hiding something. This is highly suspicious, and after a few rounds of questioning, the witnesses will all develop the same impression. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, blackmail, thanks. You're threatening me.
Very clever, but let's not put it that way. Call it a mutually beneficial opportunity. You don't want to know what happens to the people we take into custody.
What do you get out of telling me all this?
You've got a real knack for tough questions, you know that?
Her roar of laughter draws the attention of the remaining officers in the theater, but she casually waves them away. She turns back to me, dashing the tears of laughter from her eyes, and slowly holds up 2 fingers.
First off, someone asked me to stir up some trouble for you, but I can't stand him.
Okay, fucked.
Second, it's because of that thing you saw. A head cleft like a blossom lined with fangs, wings towed in its wake like a weighty shadow. Should the might of its attention befall thee, then shall the 8 emerald eyes swivel as one. Lord Octopterops. I fucking hate Greek. I love Greek. I hate Greek.
Yeah.
Octoterapies. I'm gonna settle on octoterapies.
Octopterops is an option too. Not a good option,
No.
but it's an option.
Lord Octerapy. Fuck. Why did they have to make it such a big word with a lot of overlapping sounds? Lord Octeraptes. Those black magic practitioners call it. I spent years in hot pursuit of it and its followers.
I love that it's pronounced with capitalization.
I know, it's very good.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I should do that.
Pronoun update does not capitalize.
Pronoun update! It appeared next to the deceased, meaning that your friend, who was turned into a living corpse, was almost certainly under the control of a black mage who worships it. We're after the same thing. Don't you want to learn the truth behind her death? That mage is sure to know more than either of us. I can't let you walk out of that door unharmed, but in return... Or, I can let you walk out that door unharmed, rather.
It's gonna be
But
like,
in return-
damn, you have to hurt him.
She places a hand on his shoulder. Sir, I'm gonna have to kill you. I can let you walk out of that door unharmed, but in return, you have to help me find them.
I guess I don't have much of a choice. What do you want from me?
Ordinary people can't see the shadows of the gods. You can do that, can't you?
And with those words, Kazematsuru extends her hand before me. A whirling gale erupts from her palm, striking me square in the face. I instinctively hold my breath, my ears filled with the lingering wail of the wind. This is... I clamp my mouth shut, but I can tell from Kazematsuru's face that it's too late.
You don't have to get into specifics. I'm not that much of a snoop, and I'm not interested in the Sakuma family secrets. The point is the fact that you can see Lord Fuck. Lord... Lord Octerapi... Fuck, I hate this word. I hate this word.
Let's give him a nickname, it's fine.
Lord Eight Wings. Lord Eight Wings makes you a rare and irresistible new recruit for them. And I'll find some way to get the news to them.
Now Peachy has chimed in Octoteropes.
No, yeah, that's what I thought. It's just very hard for me to say.
Yeah, it's okay. Sir Eight Wings it is. Sir Four Chickens.
But judging from that reaction just now, you have something you'd rather keep from me, don't you? If you'd like, we can go take care of whatever you want first. I'll be in touch when I can. Or we can wrap this up quickly and then I'll handle the rest myself. Meaning you'll be out of it. What do you think?
Oh boy, choice. Let's deal with this case first, or sorry, I want to head back first. I kind of want to head back first, just to see what the troop thinks, and what's going on over yonder.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Then take this.
Kazematsuru pulls out a wallet from nowhere, extracts a stiff card, and thrusts it into my hand before I can refuse. It's an exquisitely crafted business card, with black lettering against a white background. It has a solid heft to it, and the embossed patterns graze subtly against my fingertips, like the touch of a chill wind. Her name, number, and address are printed neatly and up on the card. Under the dim light, I can see the flecks of gold powder glistening amidst the ink. And there's no other unnecessary embellishment. Shinbashi. A personal card?
For a personal matter.
She shrugs and brushes off non-existent dust from her clothes.
When you've gotten things sorted, give this number a ring. Just ask for me. You've got 3 days. And if you try giving me the slip, well, I'm a government employee. I think you get the idea.
Yeah. There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you.
I like that look of yours. Go on, tell me.
Hatsuyuki's body. No, corpse. Can I take a look later? As I've spoken to the others in the troop, it won't take long.
Oh?
Now that it's come to this, I have to see things through myself. There's so much I've forgotten. Hatsuki was already like this when I met her, and now that she's gone, I can't let those scars be buried with her. At the very least, I need to know.
You've never seen a corpse up close, have you? Oh, dainty young master. Try not to scare yourself silly.
I mean, he tried to do chest compressions on the corpse earlier, so I think that would be pretty up close, if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, since you ask, of course I can arrange a little thing like that. But you'll have to wait until the autopsy is over, at least.
Thank you. Chief, we're heading back with this, and then...
I know. Be careful with that, or I'll dock your pay when we get back.
Oh no, he's just like Gumshoe for real, for real. She stands up, shooting me a parting glance, and then strolls off toward the stage. Hatsuyuki's body is lifted onto a stretcher in a flurry of activity. Her arm dangles over the side, swaying stiffly with each jostle. Finally, together with the crowd, she vanishes beyond the heavy door. And by the time I leave the theater, it's getting dark. I only realize that my clothes are soaked in cold wet. I only realize then that my clothes are soaked in cold sweat. The wind's bitter cold seeps into my bones, stripping away any trace of warmth. Pale snow falls, dissolving beneath light just as pale. Smoke-stained clouds loom overhead, leaden and oppressive. I have to pull my coat tight around me before I can walk into the crowd, its clamor still reverberating through the night. The cacophony washes over me. Predictions for seasonal fashion trends, reviews of various cafes, plans for the upcoming holidays, and the pervasive scent of money changing hands. But the voice worth listening to is gone forever. How do I tell Kazuya and the others? First I have to pull myself together. Kazuya is bound to cry when he finds out. If I carry on like this, how is he going to cope? It's so unbearably cold. When I turn into the narrow alley, what awaits me is a serene hush. The floorboards creak as I push the door open. The snow outside is still thin on the ground. In contrast, the shadows and silence pull deep and dark within the room. It's completely still, as if no one is here. Where are the lights out? Kazuya? Not a single sound stirs in the house, only the dull thud of my voice against the floorboards. Weird. It's been a whole day. You should be done with the investors by now. Kazuya, I have to talk to you. Are you there? I raise my voice a little, but there's still no reply. Naniwa-kun? Aburutani-kun? Mieko-san? The silence diffuses through the empty house. Waves of darkness wash over my face. Behind me lies the doorway to daylight, still within reach. But the vicious tendrils of fear are growing, snaking their way up my ankles. In this darkness, I spy something on the floor. A jumbled pile of shapes, slumped over like sacks stuffed with cotton and straw. My stomach, which had barely settled, clenches again. Tension hangs thick in the air. The faint scent of snow from outside has already dissipated in the room's warmth. As I shuffle forward, what reaches my nose instead is a hint of rust, a bitter, salty sweet whiff of metal. I fumble for the light switch, I flick it on. What sears itself into my sight is a sea of familiar faces, sprawled on the floor, motionless. Naniwa, who bumped into me when I got out of the car, now lies quietly in a corner. Kazuya's briefcase next to him is as ghastly pale as the lifeless Hatsuyuki, as everyone else lying here. The people whom I know so well, with whom I spend every day for a year or even longer, it's like they've all conspired to stage a cruel joke. But no matter how I shake their limp bodies, I can't summon those familiar voices. The floor at the foot of the stairs is stained with dark splotches. In the lamplight, they gleam a baleful crimson, almost black. I've lost track of how I pushed my way into each room. At first, I still harbored a sliver of hope, just enough to knock and wait for a possible response. The silence spreads like a pestilence, peeling away that mannered facade of self-deception. Absolute silence drives one mad, and yet, unfathomably, I still have enough strength to move. My body seems to act of its own accord. All I can muster are panicked breaths, so loud and harsh they drown out the roaring silence. Behind so many doors lie the dead, scattered everywhere I look. Bodies limp like puppets with severed strings. Opening each door is like unveiling a crudely made diorama. They loll on the beds, fingers still collapsing books that now sink into the soft carpet. Their bodies are grotesquely wedged between Baroque chairs and desks, contorted into arcs worthy of a dancer. The heavy, turbulent sweetness of rotting fruit now spreads unchecked. It seeps through the corridor, mingling with aromas of fresh-cut flowers and welcoming incense, swelling my almost frozen brain until it's fit to burst. I mechanically inspect the rooms one by one, growing numb to finding bodies behind every door. Maybe I'm no different from the mythical Grim Reaper, who claims a life with every door he opens. What torments me most of all is that I can't find Kazuya. Before I know it, I've moved from the first to the third floor. The intervals seem to have vanished into some monstrous maw. When I regain my senses, my hand is already resting on the final doorknob. The room I fled from last night. The door I didn't find the courage to open until Hatsuyuki, until everyone was gone. It's pitch black inside the room. The blinds are drawn so tightly that not even a sliver of moonlight peeks through. Only the acrid odor of disinfectant fills the air. I grope across the wall for a while before finding the switch. With a crisp click, everything I once imagined and prayed would never come true was laid bare beneath the sterile white light, gleaming with a spectral chill. The operating table is draped in a creased pale green gauze, marked with old but still conspicuous bloodstains. The surgical tools that once carved and stitched flesh now lie... That's a new word. Quiescent?
Quiescent?
Quiescent sounds more correct. Quiescent in a tray, and atop a stack of glass rests a small lump of something soft and rancid. Marble got it. What does it mean, Peachy? Analysis.
Yeah,
Limp.
because it's a new word to me too.
Yay, new words for everyone. Limp, spongy, and bitter to the taste, easily ground to small pieces by teeth. Like inactive. Ah, I see.
Ah, okay.
Calm, Jack. My arm itches. As I shift, a feather falls from my sleeve, and I have no idea when it got there. In there. A feather with an emerald green shaft and a dazzling white plume. It's a lot like that monster's feather, but strangely enough, I feel no fear. I doubt it matters much compared to everything before me. Calling this an operating room would be a stretch. The space is cramped. A single turn of the head and a flick of the eyes makes an unpleasant truth abundantly clear. There's no one here. This is probably where Hatsuyuki lay and was cut open over and over. As far as I can make out, the room has been tidied. There's almost no remaining trace of who the other person might have been. Beside the operating table stands a medicine cabinet. It's full of bottles and jars, all labeled with printed tags. Emerald Eye Theater Troupe, monster with 8 emerald eyes. I don't remember how many eyes the monster had, but they were green, so I think you're onto something, Peach.
I mean, their name has Octo in it, so
Yeah.
that would imply 8 eyes.
Or the poem about a mentioned Emerald Eye. Shrugs. Bringo Burr.
Bringo Burr. I love secretly being in a cult.
Opening the cabinet, I turn the labels toward me one by one. I mostly find glass bottles marked as alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, and formalin. But one test tube, half full of a transparent liquid, is devoid of any label, except a tiny trace of glue that wasn't quite peeled off. The test tube is cork tight. After a struggle, I managed to pry it open, and I'll come to regret this 1,000 times over. This smell. Why this of all things? From the yellow test tube gushes that cloying reek of rotting fruit. As I return to the first floor, my steps feel weightless, like I'm walking on clouds. I'm kind of moored from reality. If I could fall from here, close my eyes once and for all. Why don't I? Naniwa, Aburatani, and Miyako are still lying there motionless. They must be long dead, even longer than I realized. When I unfasten Naniwa's clothes, my numb fingers don't quite obey. The button slips through my fingers twice, staying stubbornly lodged in the buttonholes. It takes me about 3 minutes, or maybe 5. I've lost track. Time crawls by, as if my sheer focus is slowing it to a halt. Peeling off the heavy winter clothes reminds me of what I've read in books, about the engrossing process of preparing winter bamboo shoots. And when my fingers make contact with the cool, unyielding skin, what comes to mind is the cream I'd smear on my face for stage makeup, slick and warming quickly with body heat. But here there are no bamboo shoots and no fragrant creams. Only bird marks, lacerations, raw oozing flesh hidden beneath the long sleeves, and, running across the abdomen, scars from repeated slicing and stitching. That's all I see, and that alone is enough. I'm seized by an inexplicable urge to laugh out loud, but my lips refuse to curl into a smile. How unbecoming of a skilled actor to not be able to command his muscles. My eyes are stinging. I keep them wide open, not a single tear escapes. So that's how it is. What on earth was going through your mind last night when you said those things to me? Turns out I was the only one fooled by you all this whole time. I dressed Naniwa again. Nearby, Kazuya's briefcase lies askew. Its leather strap has snapped at and the buckle has split open, revealing a small crack stained with fresh blood. I wipe it with my sleeve, but it won't come off. I have no idea where your owner is. I better fix you first. I'm going to bring you to him. I try to fasten the buckle and lift it. The briefcase is light, almost too light, but it's clearly smashed beyond repair. The fragile hinges can't bear the weight, and it bursts wide open, both half swinging in the air. A photo frame hits the ground, its thud muted by the soft carpet. Apart from that, the briefcase is completely empty. Its exposed lining is a dull black, which seems to swallow all the glaring brightness that overwhelms me. That's all. What is this? I flip the frame right side up. Sealed behind the pristine glass is a photograph. A group photo of the trip, one I have no memory of. Everyone is beaming widely. The meadow and unfamiliar wildflowers behind them look so soft, even the monochrome hues. Taken spring 1918. I better put this back for him. I wipe the dust off the glass and my clothes and hands, but drops of water keep falling, smearing the glass with unsightly marks that just won't go away. I scrub until my stuffed fingertips start to ache. Only then does it look a little cleaner. This should do. I splay the briefcase across my lap and replace the polished photo frame inside. The soft velvet lining grazes my fingers, then snags them, slowly drawing them deeper and deeper. That feeling surges through my veins again, the familiar sensation that something is pulling me towards it. That's... The next instant, the world dissolves in a whirl. Darkness devours my vision. I'm seized by a brief, unrelenting weightlessness that scrambles every thought in my mind, leaving me dizzy and reeling, too feeble to even vomit. At last, a pinpoint of light pierces the veil of darkness, and I feel something cold and hard beneath me. It seems that this storm-tossed vessel has already drifted to a halt. I'm lying on a damp stone surface. The air is thick with the scent of moss and soil after rain. Vast rock faces tower on either side of me. Their lower reaches are studded with ancient torches. On the higher cliffs loom crude carvings of massive figures, their features long since worn away by the elements. I strain my eyes peering upwards. All I can see is a narrow strip of sky wedged between the cliff faces, extending endlessly beyond sight. Some dim light trickles down, but even combined with the torches, these depths remain shrouded in darkness. Every cranny is filled with the flickering shadows of boulders. What's going on? Where am I? I struggle to my feet. My clothes are sodden with muddy water. It feels unpleasant, even disgusting. Still, I have no choice but to keep them on against the fleeting gust of wind. I take a look around, but the only conclusion I can reach is that I'm in the depths of some unknown chasm. I remember I was touching Kazuya's briefcase. My confusion deepens. Kazuya has always had that briefcase, ever since my memories began afresh. Could he and Hatsuyuki both be hiding something from me? Probably the understatement of the year.
Yeah!
Because, like, my brain, like, while reading the whole thing from early, just before, is like, wait a minute, they might have all died when he got his memory loss accident.
Yeah!
Yeah. Ugh. Kazuya shaking the green one. No, I need to get out of here first, then ask him. He has to know something. Understatement of the year. I take a few tentative steps forward. I can keenly feel the puddles and moss slick beneath my feet, clinging to my soles, ready to send me sprawling if I put a foot wrong. As I follow the line of torches, now and then, something briefly obscures the light overhead. When I look up, I catch sight of shadows, minuscule or massive, or sometimes it's a ripple of emerald green, flickering from light to dark. As I gaze at the swath of green, the tugging sensation grows stronger. My heart is pounding so hard, it almost bursts out of my chest, until the color finally fades away. And the space belongs to Kazuya, and just like him, it simply listens in silence to the echo of my footsteps. I'm not sure how long I walk before a sprawling mass of boulders blots out the strip of sky. Before me appears a plain white torii gate, flickering with blue light like a burning flame. It softly beckons to me, silently inviting my touch. My pulse and breath both quicken. That translucent blue seems to be reeling my heart in. I step towards it, and a familiar dizziness washes over me once again. No idea who's talking, but you should read something.
Blink bonk. I'll dry read until I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you're back. I've been looking all over for you. Sakuma-kun, wakey wakey. Sleeping on the floor is bad for you.
And the voice drifts into my ears, distant but crystal clear.
So you're finally awake.
And then I open my eyes. The first floor has completely transformed. The bodies strewn on the ground have all vanished, as have the bloodstains. Everything is spotless under the bright lamplight, as if nothing ever happened. A familiar figure stands before me, blocking most of the lamp's glare. The briefcase which was in my lap now dangles from their hand. The strap and buckle are still broken, but somehow, the case is neatly clasped shut. Hamado-sensei, what are you doing here?
I was planning to have a chat with Mochitsuki-kun about a few things. But when I got here, yikes, that scared the living daylights out of me. And when I came back, there you were. Why did you fall asleep sitting there? And opening Mochitsuki-kun's briefcase? You really shouldn't do that.
I wasn't asleep. Where did they all go?
You mean the children? I've taken them to a safe place. Don't worry, those pesky little flies won't come buzzing around anytime soon.
Flies?
So, Hatsuyuki is with those people. That's a bit tricky, but it's not really our problem. I'll probably say she dropped dead from an acute illness or something. They always do. The point is that neither you nor the troop will have anything to do with it. But more importantly, there's something you need to know. Kazuya's in the hospital.
What?
When I showed up, he was just here. Right about where you were sitting. Looks like someone really roughed him up. He was so worn out he couldn't even talk to me, poor thing. I had business with him, but alas, he doesn't play along as nicely as you do. I just couldn't wake him up, so I had to take him to the hospital first. Do you want to go visit? The doctor said he'll probably be asleep all day, so be sure to keep it down.
Where is he?
Not too far from here. Let me think. Yes, it was the Tokyo GK Hospital. Room 201. If you're going, I won't see you out. But you won't be bringing this along. Just tell Kazuya I borrowed it.
As Hamuro speaks, they give the briefcase a little shake. The smile is vivid on their face. I haven't had any room to think, but I can't dwell on all this now. Got it. Goodbye then.
Oh, by the way, I've never been inside. Let me know when you have a moment. How was the view in the case?
Well then, looks like I really was the only one in the dark. Forget it. Kazuya's situation comes first. As for Hatsuyuki and the troop, I'll bring that up later, once he's awake. It's not far to the station. The bright streets are bathed in moonlight, and snow is piled high on both sides of the road, reflecting the glow of the streetlights. As I keep gazing, everything slowly gains an illusory quality, like I'm slipping further and further away from this nighttime scene. My eyes start to sing, a sign of impending pain. On such a cool night, rickshaws are sparse. I stand next to the streetcar sign. An icy wind whips through the hollows of my bones, whisking away any trace of warmth. This blast of cold is much needed. That, or perhaps certain other things, is helping to cool my head. I pull my collar tight. My shoes crunch on the thick snow. And the stop gradually comes into view on a nearby street, but my footsteps grow slower and slower as I walk. I don't want to face it. Or perhaps I should say, I don't dare to face it. Hamano-sensei and Kazuya was still resting at the hospital. Sad Kazuya was still resting at the hospital. He should have gotten to rest a long time ago. Not like this. And I shouldn't be having this thought, that I wish he'd rest even longer, until I can string together the perfect words for the situation, to make the news palatable enough for him to digest. What on earth am I thinking? So this is how everyone felt. Night has fallen over the streets of Ginza. There are far fewer pedestrians out after dark than during the day, but it's still a livelier scene than you'd find in any other city. The storefront gas lamps blaze in the darkness, throwing the brand new Western-style facades into sharp relief. The streetcar is taking its time. I stare at the pale snow before me, sinking into a reverie. And then the entry curtain of a nearby shop swings open. A wave of warmth issues forth, especially pronounced in this winter night. And the cold wind carries an unfamiliar voice to my ears. It's a young woman, speaking in a tone familiar from so many meetings with investors. Her voice is strained with the myriad of suppressed emotions, but she's still doing her best to be scrupulously polite. That's a weird word.
Scrupulously.
Bites it. Eats it.
Too much? Oh, no, not at all. I only had a drop. Just here is fine. My driver is waiting nearby. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you'll consider what we discussed earlier about the middle school.
I turn and see several young men and women stepping out of the shop, smiling with a cool distance that is instantly recognizable. After exchanging the typical farewell pleasantries, they don their coats and depart in twos and threes. The last remaining person is a woman dressed in a pink suit. As soon as the others have left, the smile vanishes from her face. Her lips curl downward, and her brows furrow in slight dissatisfaction. The weary... The weariness she now exudes is at odds with her age and her elegant outfit. Finally, she scrubs her hands across her face, exhaling a cloud of white breath. I look away, putting these strangers and their seemingly less than pleasant drinking party out of my mind.
Ellipsis. The car still isn't here.
I hear someone trudging through the snowdrifts, their footsteps heading towards me in fits and starts. Soon, the woman's voice I heard earlier speaks again, now right behind me.
Are you waiting for the streetcar? At this hour, it's going to be a while.
I turn. The woman lifts the brim of her hat slightly to reveal her face. Her bearing is dignified as she stands before me, scanning my haggard visage with her weary but bright eyes. But I have absolutely no recollection of that face.
You're Kotori Sakuma, aren't you?
It's a declaration. She speaks with her arms folded, her slender brows knitted once again. As if her stare might bore right through me, into the snowy landscape at my back, and all the way to the streetcar some unfathomable distance away. I'm sorry, do I know you? Her next words catch in her throat, and her eyes fly open wide. I can practically see, so it's true, and it wasn't a lie after all, written across her every feature.
Are you serious? And never mind, I'm Yayoi Sakurai.
Sakurai. Off the top of my head, the only thing that name brings to mind is the Sakurai family. Or more accurately, corporation. And they hopped on board the Meiji Restoration a few decades ago and made a fortune in textiles and foreign trade. But compared to the other influential, well-connected families, the Sakurai family, while endowed with eye-watering wealth, lacked what was truly important to the upper class, a pedigree. She scrutinizes my expression before slowly parting her lips again.
Yes, that's right. One of those Sakurai.
I rack my brains, but can't remember having run afoul of a young, fine woman like this. And I don't think the troupe has ever received any related investments. Sakurai pinches the sleeves of her suit. They're studded with a pair of sapphire cufflinks that flash in the lamplight. The jewels' hues glow clear under golden settings, and they... What is that word?
Scintillate.
Scintillate, bright as flame. So many big-ass words in this. These are indeed befitting of a daughter of the Sakurai family. But perhaps in an attempt to emphasize their lavishness, the cufflinks are encrusted in so much gold ornament it overshadows the sapphires. It seems like a waste of such fine gems. Sakurai purses her lips. A trace of regret enters her expression.
I wanted to see you. I thought they were lying to me, since after all... No, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. You don't know me, and that's for the best. If anyone asks, just say we didn't meet tonight. It'll be better for the both of us. If you're waiting here, I must be keeping you from something else, yes? And it's so cold out, I'll give you a lift. Think of it as an apology. As I mentioned at this hour, it'll be ages before the streetcar shows up. You're going to be frozen solid.
Perhaps because of all the bizarre goings-on and people I've been dealing with lately, Sakurai's behavior doesn't strike me as unusual. It even sparks the faint, surreal sensation that I've come back in touch with human society. It's not a bad feeling. Since I remember nothing, and this is all clearly a hindrance to her, it must have something to do with my forgotten surname. If so, it'd be best if we owe each other nothing. I'd appreciate that. I'm going to GK Hospital.
Oh? Very well. Here's my card. Let's go.
A black car slowly comes to a stop at the side of the road, and a young woman gets out and opens the back door. Sakurai signals to me to board, then she herself settles into the passenger seat.
To GK Hospital. No, wait, is there a flower shop near the hospital? We'll head there first.
A flower shop?
You can't You can't visit a patient empty-handed, and you don't seem to be in that much of a hurry, yes? You could do with smelling some flowers, too. You look so ill, you're going to have nightmares.
But there won't be any flower shops open this late. Sakurai pauses at my words, then bursts out laughing.
I can tell you're new in town. This is Ginza in Tokyo. You can always buy anything.
Once her laughter fades, she turns to glance at the woman turning the crankshaft on the car. The woman has one arm planted on the hood of the car, her sleeve rolled up to the elbow. She seems to be pressing down quite hard. Before we got to Tokyo, our assigned driver chatted with us from time to time. According to him, each time you start the car, you have to manually insert the crank into the front of the car and turn it several times. But cranking the lever takes a lot of strength, and you have to be careful it doesn't kick back and break your fingers once the engine starts. It's a job that calls for the utmost concentration. A few people take it on. At the time, I thought he was just trying to justify a higher fee, but now it seems like he was telling the truth. Is she your driver?
Yes.
A bead of sweat forms on the woman's forehead. Her teeth are gritted, her cheeks bulging. Sakurai simply casts her gaze further down the road, not looking at either me or the driver. Her voice lowers as well.
Is there something you'd like to say? Come on, I don't bite.
Nothing. As long as you pay her wages and she does the work, it's all fine. The car rumbles thunderously, and the seat jolts before settling back into a milder vibration that doesn't make my head spin. With a belch of steam, the engine comes to life. Having started the car, the woman returns to the driver's seat. Sakurai's shoulders relax and she leans back against the headrest.
We have to get going before it starts snowing again.
And the car grinds through the accumulated snow on both sides of the street, churning up flakes like goose down. They crumble into tiny particles that flutter through the air like a miniature snowfall, landing in the bare ruts in the car's wake. The woman drives steadily. The scenery slowly scrolls by outside the window. The car passes through an intersection, drawing ever closer to the hospital. Winter in Tokyo is colder than I expected.
Oh? That's true. This year's a little out of the ordinary. We haven't had such a heavy snowfall before. At least, nothing that would pile up so high in a few hours.
Sakurai gestures to indicate the height. Some of the earlier tension is slowly ebbing from her voice.
I wonder why. Your trip just got here from Kyoto, yes? You'll take a while to adjust, and that's normal. The upside is that when you do want snow, you don't have to go out of your way to sightsee.
As she spoke, her gaze flits across the shops outside, which still show no sign of winding down for the day. Finally, the car stops at the door of a small flower shop. Traces of snow are slowly melting on the tiles of the shop entrance. The small space before the doorway is illuminated by a warm yellow lamp. Peering through its glow in the misted windows, I can make out the blurry contours of the flowers within.
This will do. Let's get out.
The flower shop is suffused with the scents of fresh flowers and leaves a hint of spice. This is a good CG. The breeze stirred by the opening door wafts these aromas towards me. The warm air gently caresses my taut nerves, leaving traces of fragrance. Sakurai easily weaves her way through the display cases, moving past the organza, washi paper, and wrapping ribbon. She stands, head bowed, among the glass jars of fresh-cut flowers, surveying them intently.
For someone who's ill, I think. Lilies, carnations, and... Oh, they have snowdrops here too. That's rare. They look fresh as well. How about getting some of these and arranging them in a basket?
Are snowdrops suitable for the sick?
In the language of flowers, they represent hope and vitality, and besides, they don't have a strong smell. I think it should be fine. How about you?
Hope and vitality, huh? Well, let's go with that. Thank you. Sakurai calls over the shop owner. Besides that handful of white blossoms, their heads drooping like wind chimes, she asks for several other common flowers. As the scissors snip away busily, I reach for my wallet, but she stops me.
I was the one who suggested coming here. Consider it my treat.
But... She shakes her head. Her expression is tinged with a smile, and a sort of affable ease. It seems somewhat out of place given that we've only just met. Sakurai must know that as well as I do. But perhaps late-night fatigue dissolves certain boundaries, so that smile stays poised on her lips.
Or take it as a thank you gift for our conversation earlier. I really enjoyed your reactions.
Ma'am, your flowers are ready. The shop owner holds out a basket. Sakurai picks it up and thrusts it into my arms somewhat briskly.
Brusquely.
The soft, fragrant flower petals tickle my nose, and for a moment, I can't find the words to refuse. My stupefied look must be quite amusing. Sakurai finishes paying and looks over at me. Once again, she doesn't suppress the upward quirk of her lips.
Well, why are you standing there gawking? Let's go, the car's already running.
Oh, no, right. Back in the car, the light set quickly fills the enclosed space, making the atmosphere a little more relaxed than before.
I remember you work in a theater troupe.
I nod before remembering that she can't see me from up front. Me when I nod and I just have my PNG up, it's like, wait a minute. I shift my gaze a little awkwardly to the leather that encases the back of the car seat. The leather is crisscrossed with dense organic wrinkles, which segment into countless miniature triangles. It's mesmerizing. Yes, the Emerald Eye Troop. Have you heard of it?
Not only have I heard of it, I know about that accident you had, and your head injury.
What?
There's nothing surprising about it. Our family and yours, meaning the Sakuma family, we work together sometimes. This sort of news would reach me even if I didn't seek it out.
Implying that you'd sought it out. Interesting. At this point, Sakurai folds her arms again. Her fingers drum against her clothed joints with the light skittering sound. The Sakuma family. So, on top of the magic, he wields this much influence. Enough for Sakurai to bring it up with me. It really would be best to stay blissfully ignorant.
Dear me, I was sure your uncle and your sister would have met with you. When I heard that you'd lost your memory, I thought it was just your family's pretext for fobbing me off. I only realized it was true when I saw you today.
Pretext? What do you mean by that? What did they do?
Nothing. It doesn't matter.
Spill the tea.
Girl, spill the tea! In any case, if you plan to go back... No, given what your sister's like, she'll make sure you go back. If you're still completely in the dark by then, it will be far too late. Oh well, what I'm about to say may not be the best coming from me, but I think you should at least know some of the facts. The current head of the Sakuma family is your uncle, Minoru Sakuma.
Okay, 100%. He's not dateable. Damn.
Damn. Your parents... Never mind that. The point is they left you and your younger sister, Sarina, to be raised by him. It's been over a decade since then.
Yeah, okay, they're both definitely not dateable. Noted.
Damn.
Like, we kind of figured after seeing them together like that, but confirmed.
Yeah. Sakuma-san is a highly capable man, but when he was running the Sakuma family business, he wasn't too fond of the Sakuma name. And so, as far as the public knows, the family enterprise has nothing to do with the family itself. That's why it's understandable that you don't know about it. The original cover story was that, being the eldest son, you have your own dreams and aspirations. As such, most people believe that Sarina will ultimately inherit the business, and your head injury truly clinched it. But if you were to come back, that would change things, especially after Sakuma-san alerted our family again. Sarina has spent the past few years shadowing Sakuma-san as his apprentice. She's changed so much, I can't say I understand her any longer. She's a bit too headstrong, and her tactics can be rather underhanded, in all sorts of things, including when it comes to her brother. Not to mention how the Sakuma family also... Are you listening?
When she mentions those two names, Minoru and Sarina, a familiar splitting pain suddenly courses through my skull. My headache, which has subsided over a year of repercussion, now flares like a furnace rekindling from embers, kicking up fragments of memory.
Do you have to go, Oni-san? With them? So that's it. I see. It's okay, Oni-san. You've always been the one protecting me. This time it's my turn to protect you. Minoru-san is coming. Oni-san,
Ah, here you are. Your teacher tells me you've done fine work on your recent assignments, but you seem far too tired lately. Why didn't you tell me about this? I don't recall ever instructing you to be the kind of child who doesn't dare to speak up. Your sister does excellently. Very well. Take the young master back to his room and let him have a good long rest this time. Oh, and put him on a lighter diet. Be sure to tell the kitchen staff not to add salt.
Hey, are you alright?
Mope has been having flashbacks all day. Sorry na, Minori-san. Miss these memories, unearthed from some unknown resources of my brain. Same difference. My voice is calling out. I heave great gasps of air. The sharp pain slices Sakurai's words into unintelligible pieces. It's only after the pain slowly recedes that I gain some breathing room. Sakurai is clutching the padded passenger seat, alarm still lingering on her face.
I kept calling you, but you didn't answer. How are you feeling? Do you want to check up? We're already at the hospital.
The grand entrance of GK's hospital casts its long, dense shadows over Sakurai's face. She's frowning once again, brows drawn together into fine creases. I'm fine. I get these flare-ups sometimes. Don't worry.
Really?
Really. She continues to stare at me with furrowed brows. Her gaze rakes across my face, damp with cold sweat. I force a rather stiff smile. It must look quite unsightly, since Sakurai's frown deepens even further. After a while, she swivels and looks away. Her voice has regained its coolness.
Bro is not Foon? Well, yeah, he's fine. Since you're alright, it's no longer my concern. You may leave. Don't forget to wipe your sweat before you go.
And get out of the car, carrying the basket of flowers. Sakurai waves to me through the window, then turns back and says a few words to the driver. She slowly vanishes from sight, to the sound of the chugging engine. Only then do I shift my gaze to the hospital sign. GK Hospital looks like it was built not too long ago, given its relatively Western architecture, but it's a huge building. Even at this late hour, it blazes with lamplight, and through its neatly arrayed glass partitions, I can make out the throng of busy medical staff and patients awaiting treatment. This means I'm far from being the only late-night visitor. Room 201. The wind gusts across my damp forehead and I shiver. I'd better hurry in. The corridors of the inpatient ward are only lit by small lamps, most likely to avoid disrupting the patient's rest. I occasionally spot family members seated on benches outside the rooms, speaking in hushed voices. The nurses and relatives all tread lightly as they move back and forth. The lamps only illuminate the tops of their heads. The rest of them remains shrouded in darkness, and the shadows at their feet unfurl from short to long, like paper cutouts dancing in the wind. The door of room 201 stands ajar. A faint light seeps through the cracks underneath. And this is the time the staff makes their rounds. I can see nurses and doctors shuttling in and out of other rooms. Only room 201 stands undisturbed. Maybe it isn't Kazuya's turn yet. I take a deep breath and I internally reassure myself. Then, moving as quietly as I can, I push the door fully open. There's no one else in the room. Only Kazuya, lying silent on the bed nearest the window, still as a colorless sculpture. Blech. The pale moonbeams and pale lamplight weave together to form a gauzy veil, which drapes down to kiss the back of Kazuya's hand, where the intravenous needle pierces at the pallid skin. I hold my breath until I see the slight rise and fall of his chest. Then I can finally let the pent-up air come rushing out in a sigh. I'm so glad. So glad. I gently clear a space among the objects littering the bedside table and set down the flowers I'm holding. Their faint scent pervades the room, Kazuya's brows, drawn so taut even in deep sleep, seemed to gradually ease. Only now do I notice that his collar has fallen open in his sleep. Between the folds of fabric, I catch a glimpse of his slender neck. I can make out the blue veins beneath his thin skin. I reach out to help adjust his collar, but when I brush against his skin, I vaguely sense that something is different from ordinary skin. There's a certain dry smoothness to it, just like exposed flesh. Oh. My fingers tremble a little as I part his collar and uncover what's hidden beneath, leaving it quivering in the cool air. The muscular fibers that should be covered by skin are instead laid bare. You can see every single slight twitch of the vibrant scarlet sinews. The wounds are irregular in shape, and an eerie blue glow flickers around their edges, casting a ghastly aura upon this corpse-like form. Rather than shock, worry, or any emotion of the sort, what floods through me first is a wild, unseemly joy. These don't look moist. They're not oozing any fresh fluids. They must have been made a while ago. And not as far back as a year, and not as recent as the past few days. Kazuya is alive. And the wounds are perfectly even where they meet the skin. I can even picture Kazuya pointing the tip of the knife at his own chest, and slowly, methodically carving away his own flesh. Leaving behind those scars, glimmering blue like an octopus, or a jellyfish, or plankton drifting through the deep sea night. Hatsuyuki's words softly reverberate within my head. Is this magic again, or... But even with these wounds, Kazuya's body bears no signs of suturing. He's still alive. He's alive right now. My gaze remains helplessly fixed on those strips of exposed flesh. They rise and fall with Kazuya's steady breathing, imbuing them with a raw, bloody vitality. In the stillness, thoughts slowly unfurl tendrils through my mind. Outside the window is deep darkness, and silence reigns within. It's so quiet I can hear the fluid dripping from the glass bottle. This atmosphere lends itself to the wildest speculations. It almost urges the mind to run rampant. But no matter what, I refuse to delve any further into my growing doubts and suspicions. Mara, Kazuya, and Hamano-sensei, and I, the only ones still alive. But the thought that they're still alive, that should be enough. And that's enough for me to calmly face what comes next. Until the moon outside, the window slowly sinks even deeper into the pre-dawn clouds. Until the sky is tinted with a faint pink purple blush, and a steady glow forms around the edges. Until my dry eyes blink and are met with a long-delayed wetness. Before Kazuya's eyelashes stir, I straighten his collar back 2 rights, and leave a note conveying my well wishes on Hamano-sensei's request. Then I stealthily depart the hush of the sick room. Shutting the door feels like sealing away some secret. It's light out by the time I get back to the troop. Pain throbs in my swollen temples. This might be my body taking its revenge for a string of restless nights. The mind is still lively. So lively, in fact, that I lie in bed for a half an hour without feeling the slightest touch of sleepiness.
He's real for that.
Yeah. I'd better just follow up with Kazematsuru. Every trace of last night's disorder has vanished when I got back. It was probably Hamano-sensei who tidied it up, but they've always been averse to getting their hands dirty. Well, they probably just wore gloves. Easy. They got that PPE. They seem like the purely intellectual sort. It's hard to picture them cleaning and carrying on their own. I remember. I've got the phone number. Right here. I reach into my pocket and retrieve the card Kazematsuru thrust on me. After a look at the number, I turn the phone dial. 7239.
Miku number.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Through the receiver, I can hear the crackle of static and a woman's voice, light and remote. I'd like to speak with Kazematsuri-san.
Very well, please hold.
The woman replies courteously, and after a short while, I hear Kazematsuri's voice. I can't make out her tone over the line.
Yeah?
It's me.
You're...
Kazematsuru-san. Just Kazematsuru, no san. Pauses. I can hear her leather boots rapping against the floorboards. And soon, the airy sound of something sinking to a soft sofa.
Ah, got it. Is this Kotori Sakuma? Done already? That was quick.
I mean, given the circumstances, yeah.
Honestly, you could have given yourself a few days off. I don't have enough clout to know how much you get done in one day. A little too well-behaved, aren't you? Forget it. That sounds like I'm chewing you out. Anyway, I take it you're free now?
Yes. Where should I meet you? I pretend not to have heard any of her rambling, but I can't quite banish the warmth from my face.
Let's see. At this hour, you should just come straight here. Chuo Police Precinct. I'll be waiting for you out front.
But what about your work?
I'm top dog around here. If I have to handle everything personally, it'll look like those lackeys of mine aren't pulling their weight. Let them deal with it. Meeting you is more important.
As I hastily hang up the phone, I hear the peal of a woman's laughter on the other end. Anyway, I should head over. I tidy myself up and go downstairs, still feeling a little weak at the knees. I spend all night sleepless and out in the biting wind. I'm not sure which of those is the reason, but my feet, usually so limber and sure, now feel as heavy as bags of wet sand. When I open the door, the sun is perched high in the sky. Despite how bright it is, it only gives off the... meager?
That's meager, it's just a very weird spelling for it.
Fascinating. It gives off the meager warmth of a gas lamp, not enough to melt the snow heaped along the road. The wait for the bus is better by daylight. The bicycles that were driven home by the bitter cold last night were now back in the Ginza streets, bells ringing merrily. People stream on and off of the streetcars, jostling each other so roughly I cringe a little at the sight. It's not like I'm short of money. I'll just do it. With that thought, I head towards the driver parked by the roadside, eagerly touting his services. Or toting.
Touting is correct.
The car's glossy black paint is spotless, and the seats seem roomy enough. He's added an extra layer of hand-stitched cushions as well. One door stands wide open, the wind flowing through. Even if the interior isn't scented, I don't have the unpleasant reek of leather and motor oil. Not too bad, although I have no idea why I think that. Only memories of car rides are the trip to Tokyo and the ride I took with Sakurai last night. It shouldn't really have any insight or basis for comparison. It took me to Chihuahua Police Precinct. The entryway to the police station is remarkably imposing. The two-story Western-style building is adorned with those ostentatious marble columns. It's plain to see that they have a generous budget.
Columns made of me?
Yeah, made of you. Ostentatious ones like that. It must have been renovated, or maybe like the hospital. It was just built recently. The driver, seemingly awed by authority, stops a short distance away from the station. I pay him and get out of the car, and immediately catch sight of a figure standing next to a pile of swept snow, kicking stray clumps with an expression of profound boredom. It's Kazematsuru.
How long is he gonna keep me waiting?
About as long as it takes a grain of sand to fall. Kazematsuru pricks up her ears. She stops kicking at the snow and turns to look at me. A gust of wind whips past, setting my coat rustling. I'm a bit cold, but if I did up my coat properly, I'd lose some points in sheer style, buddy.
He's kind of real for that.
But also, like, it's snowy, come on.
Boy, it's snowing. Don't catch a cold, but also, he's real for that.
Yeah.
You walk pretty softly.
Her eyebrows arch high. She stamps her feet, flattening the snow and mud beneath her soles, and appraises me with those striking eyes.
It's kind of childish to sneak up on someone like that. Why don't you button your coat?
Fashion, baby. Well, because it was warm enough inside the car, and the snow isn't melting today, and the perfect wind was blowing, but I can't say any of that. I figured there'd be a warm fireplace in the police station.
Ha! You're right about that.
Kazematsuru barks a laugh. She drops the topic without nitpicking my excuse any further, and with a wave of her hand, she beckons me to follow her. We occasionally cross paths with some uniformed police officers. They have to be low-ranking, and are scrupulously polite to Kazematsuru, and to me riding on her coattails. But even before we get too far off, their true colors become clear. I can hear the venom they spit behind our backs. It's not pleasant. I reflexively glance at Kazematsuru, who shows no sign of having heard a word. She leads me through the main hall, along a walkway lined with snow and withered twigs, and down another flight of stairs. Finally, she stops in front of a door labeled Archives. What are we doing here?
Well, the autopsy and examination will take some time. I'm not in charge of that part, so when I've got some time on my hands, I come here to look into things. You want to know why they ended up like this, don't you? I've sorted out all the files so you can take a look.
She pushes open the door as she speaks and confidently strides in, quickly vanishing out of sight behind two cabinets. The metal surface of the filing cabinet warps my reflection. Countless cabinets hold countless copies of me, like a labyrinth of mirrors. Thousands of eyes glitter back at me from those depths, flashing green or blue under the incandescent lamps. I shut the door behind me and head inwards, following the sound of the tapping boots. The reflections on both sides follow me, their severed bodies swaying. The metal flashes white before my eyes. It's nothing like glass. That whiteness is completely blank, devoid of any reflection or stain, an empty desert as hazy as a mirage. I look myself in the eye. The reflection is sightless, but I'm seized by the inexplicable feeling that I'm being watched. Surely it's just an illusion because my reflection's eyes are so clear. That's the only explanation.
Found it. Sakuma, you still there?
Kazematsuru's voice drifts to me. I squeeze my way between the filing cabinets and spot her at a row of cabinets against the wall. She's holding a slim folder.
It's all here. The files on that old accident of yours. Of course, they're just copies.
She slaps the folder against my chest. I have to scramble to keep it from falling.
Read it here. No taking it outside.
She speaks like taking me into the archives is just a matter of course. There's a kind of brazenness to her tone, and a hint of mounting excitement. My palms are slick with sweat, but Kazematsuru seems as unfazed as ever. Can I really read this? Isn't it classified or something?
To a regular person, yes, but in your case, it's fine as long as you don't take it outside. Relax, no one's going to give you any trouble if you tell them your name is Sakuma. And I've pulled a trick or two. Nobody will come in here and no one can hear what we're saying. The perfect mood for swapping some secrets.
Sure, girl. She laughs, seemingly amused by her own joke.
Alright, you better get cracking before the canteen opens.
And Kazematsuru's urging, I open the folder. There isn't much inside, just an old newspaper, a few photographs, and a sheaf of reports. The old newspaper rustles as I pick it up. It seems to have been lying there for quite a while. The front page is dominated by an article about the train accident. Signal failure or human error. Tokaido main line derailment accident exposes hidden hazards. Death toll, 143. My throat feels parched just from reading this far. The printed text sears into my retinas. A familiar pain is spreading through my temples, as if I've been struck by something heavy. Echoes ring through me. With trembling fingers, I peel away a photograph from the clipped stack. And I get a stark black and white view of the train tumbling from the tracks, engulfed in flames, and the broken and shattered human bodies. It's impossible to tell the dead from the living. There are close-up shots of severed limbs. I can see the mangled flesh and stumps of bone. My brain throbs. I'm going to throw up. I'll splatter these pictures with the hues of fat, marrow blood. oozing yellow fat, ashen white ends of split bone, soft pink tendons enfolding them, blood slowly oxidizing from crimson to rust brown. When the human body is taken apart, it should resemble an oil painting in lush colors. But when it's truly laid bare before me, carelessly splashed with pigments, its cross-section on display to the entire world, my only sensation is horror. Everything was scorching hot in the wake of the explosion. I could feel someone hauling me along. Blood streamed from my ringing ears. But amidst the acrid scent of burning chemicals, my lungs kept working. No matter how much I wished they wouldn't, they still faithfully brought me a scent that roused my appetite. My brain was in ecstasy. It told me that this was the aroma of roasted flesh. The smell which assailed me feels so palpable now, so indelible? Huh?
Indelible.
So indelible, as if it might truly have made my mouth water and my stomach growl. As if, among the screams and moans of my fellow humans, it might have filled me with the craving to set upon them, to bite and swallow and devour.
He's kind of real for that.
But this isn't just a hallucination. How else could I so vividly imagine the itch of the blood creeping across my skin? My mind stops short, but I'm reeling in terror. Did I do something else to them? In that expanse of darkness beyond my mind's reach? Did I sniff? Did I lick? Did I...
Hey, you okay?
Cousin Matsuru lightly pats me on the shoulder, then plucks the photograph out of my hand. It's creased from being clutched too tightly. She tucks the files out of the folder and shoves them into my hands, then picks up the photos, my gaze still glued to them. She tucks them away in her pocket, as if draping a cloth over a box I can no longer see what's inside. All I'm left with is that hallucination, so real and so insubstantial all at once.
These are rough going. You should try reading the text instead.
I swallow my saliva. The noise seems to ring loud in the quiet archives. Cousin Matsuru might have heard it, but if so, she simply arches an eyebrow and waits for me to speak. I remembered some things from back then. Back then, when the train derailed, I think something exploded. I smelled burning. My head is spinning. My stomach churns with nausea. Speaking is an ordeal. Every word feels like it has to be ground into powder and squeezed through the gaps between my teeth. The burning, it was...
That's enough.
Sorry. Cousin Matsuru seems a little startled, but she swiftly makes a hold it right there gesture, cutting off any further speech.
No need to apologize. What I mean is, you only just remembered all this. Telling me about it right away can't be easy on you, both physically and mentally. I know about these things. I've been there too. Facing your fellow humans, thinking how delicious they smell, and holding back your appetite or whatever you call it. It's not easy for a regular civilian to deal with.
Her voice and demeanor are completely calm, a silent balm to my strained nerves.
Besides, you were so badly injured you lost your memory. I doubt you could move around that much. If you didn't do it, you didn't. You don't have to beat yourself over thoughts that never came true. The point is, you've had amnesia and only just remembered all this. It's not your problem.
I think that's a problematic way to frame this, but she is a cop, not a therapist, so whatever.
Yeah. Do you want to keep reading?
Yes. I take a few deep breaths, and when my emotions have settled a little, I pick up the sheaf of reports again. But as I read, a nagging feeling strengthens that something is off. I subconsciously frown. The preliminary investigation found that a moderate-sized explosion occurred in Carriage 9, but no explosive residue was detected at the scene. What does this mean?
It means that the explosives in that carriage amounted around to 3 con of gunpowder. Their explosion caused the carriage to overturn and triggered a whole series of other reactions. But no trace of them was found. In a situation like this, it's only reasonable to run a sweep for magical activity. But I wasn't in Tokyo at the time, so it couldn't be done. Or rather, they didn't want to deploy manpower from this side. And now there's no way to follow up.
Didn't want to? It's a matter of life and death.
And so what? Someone wanted to cover it up. Someone was willing to pay the compensation. And certain people needed proof that I and my Special Investigation Division are all useless wastes of space.
Something else seems to occur to her. Her expression darkens, and she says no more. I replaced an investigation report in the folder. Kazematsuru reties the strings with practiced ease, and shuts it away again in the unlabeled cabinet.
Are you angry about that?
I feel like I ought to be angry, and I am, but for some reason, I'm not particularly surprised. Just as I've personally witnessed before, and heard from others, the sort of internal strife is inevitable between people. It's not rare by any means. What matters is how you turn it to your advantage. And the ache in my forehead swells and sharpens. I don't like this line of thinking. And what I hate even more is that, for some reason, my brain has accepted it as routine truth. My neck feels like it's snapped under this weight. My head sags lower and lower, about to kiss the dirt on my feet. Kazematsuru strokes her chin. Then she speaks, dispelling the heavy silence that was starting to descend.
Stop spacing out. Now that you've gotten your intel, it's time to help me out.
Yes, right. What is it? My tangled skeins of thought are abruptly shoved back into my skull, and I involuntarily stammer in response. Kazematsuru ignores my lack of manners. She simply folds her arms and continues speaking.
Before getting into that, I have to ask. Looks like you already know about magic. But do you have any deeper understanding of it?
Duck.
Quick.
That's kind of it, though. Pretty much. Pretty much just duck.
Yep.
Deeper understanding? I must be visibly at a loss, because the look Kazematsuru gives me is exasperated but unsurprised, like a veteran tutored face with a slow pupil.
I thought so, but I don't feel good about throwing you to the wolves like this. Ugh, it's already tough explaining the basics to precinct staff. Whatever. I sure hope you're smarter than that.
I mean, based off of all the big words in his inner monologues, probably.
Yeah, probably. I'll start with some common knowledge for mages. I'm only going to say this once, so listen up.
Time to take notes.
First off, what you need to know is that these powers, the gifts from the gods, can be passed down through the bloodline. Also, the materials used in magic rituals are pricey, and it's hard to cover the cost alone, so mages value inheritance and family ties over everything else. You've been through this yourself, haven't you? You suddenly discovered that you had some strange ability, and you were all at sea. You had no clue why this was happening. Magic is kept secret from the regular public, and also from mages who don't have teachers to guide them.
I nod, reflecting on how I'm still completely ignorant of my own magic. I have no idea where to even start unraveling this tangle.
So, you should just assume that if you butt heads with a mage, you'll find yourself in no end of trouble.
I'm all over Kazematsuru's words, wondering exactly how she figures into all this. But judging from how she acted yesterday, I'm guessing she's no end of trouble herself. But since it can be passed down by blood... I'm still putting together my sentence when Kazematsuru stops, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. She's silent for a while before finally letting out a sigh. I have an uneasy sense of foreboding. Sakurai's words echo into my ears again. The Sakuma family is endowed with magical powers, and my sister has grown headstrong.
You're spot on. And things are actually better in this generation. Before this, if a family had too many children with talents, the family mansion was essentially a coliseum. And if there was anything worth inheriting on top of that, the clash would continue until one party died. The main family fought amongst themselves, and the branch families, after defeating their own siblings, still had to vie with the main family's children. Some mages were so set on preserving the purity of their bloodlines, they even... No, let's not go there. You don't need to know any more than that.
Kazuya Matsuru speaks in a low voice, her expression pained, but she quickly shakes that off and moves on to another subject.
That's all on this topic. You should also know about ateliers. For the majority of mages, this is the most important thing.
Ateliers? My mind reflexively flashes back to the mysterious space that I was sent into after opening Kazuya's briefcase. Is that a space outside reality?
Oh? Looks like you've come across one. Not bad. That's exactly it. Mages, to be exact, most of the hereditary guys, each have an atelier that belongs to them. That's where they're in closest contact with their divine blessings.
Like, is that Kazuya again?
The principles of constructing an atelier are way too complicated to get into here. Basically, think of it as a series of large-scale magic rituals that take a huge toll on the practitioner. Once the construction is done, they gain a secret space that belongs to them and exists outside of this world. Unless they're unconscious or grant someone else permission to enter, that space belongs solely to them forever. I'm guessing you've heard a thing or two about Buddhism and Taoism and all that nonsense? Well, fuck.
Kind of funny timing for a coughing fit.
Me when I inhale and choke on nothing.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Well, an atelier is the equivalent of their flower or leaf or their body. It never disappears, and in the hands of a mage who lives long enough, it becomes a treasure trove. It's almost impossible to construct an atelier single-handedly, which means that, effectively, only families can afford it. And since it can be transferred between people, well, I think you can guess what happens.
It's inherited.
Got it in one.
Kazuya Matsuru snaps her fingers. Is it just me, or does she look relieved? She reminds me of a teacher, pleasantly surprised that a young child is actually capable of studying. I can barely imagine what sort of people she's been working with until now.
His expression is really funny.
Yeah, it's like, damn, people are dumb, aren't they? Huh. That's rough.
It's very expansive, and its value accumulates over time, making it perfect to be passed down as a family heirloom. Which means that mages, who have the backings of families and mentors, and who are regarded as the next in line, basically all have their own ateliers and are about to inherit them. Who knows? I bet if you go back to the Sakuma family, they'll have one ready and waiting for you.
Her lips twitch as she says this. Then she changes the subject again, with seeming nonchalance.
I'm getting off topic. What it all boils down to is that ateliers are where mages can exert their powers to their fullest extent. That's why most of them secure their atelier in an object they can carry with them, so they can enter at any time. For a mage who's carrying out magical studies or preparing for a ritual, their atelier is the safest place to be, and it's also the most dangerous place for an invader. I need you to make contact with the worshippers, but I don't want you to get killed. If you notice your surroundings have changed, you better watch out.
And what should I do if I'm trying to leave an atelier?
Find the exit, or get the mage to let you out, or knock them unconscious. Of course, the best way to handle it is to kill them, but in your case, just sweet-talk them, no matter how much you have to bow and scrape and grovel. Dignity's less important than staying alive. Get out of there and let me deal with the rest. Speaking of which...
Kazuya Matsuru's severe gaze settles on me. Her voice is stern.
Do you have experience wielding magic?
There's no point bluffing here. And when Kazuya Matsuru stare sends chills down my spine, I nod.
You're honest. The reliable type. Good. That's right, that's how everyone should be.
Her gloved hand grips mine. She's squeezing quite hard. It hurts. But I bite back my yelp of pain before it can emerge. Because the look on her face scares me a little. It's like what exactly? It feels vaguely familiar, as if someone once inspected me with this exact expression.
Focus. Don't get distracted. Close your eyes.
But I'm very good at getting distracted, Cousin Matsuru.
Yeah, it's the ADHD.
My eyes automatically fall shut at her voice. Before long, a soft breeze, threaded with the slightest chill, flows through our joined palms and gently makes its way into my bloodstream. My heart starts to pound. That familiar tugging sensation courses through me again, and the next instant, I'm enveloped in that chill. And so, I can feel something, like blood, but not quite, pouring out of my heart, rushing through my veins. And swiftly and tenaciously swarms into the crevices between every cell. At last, it comes to a halt at the back of my tongue, with a faint prickling pain.
This is your magic. It issues from the heart, the weakest part of a mage's body, and finally condenses in the body part you use to wield your magic. Remember the way it flows. When you need to use it, let your consciousness trace that path backwards to your heart, and call upon the magic stored in your body. And if you can't sense it, extreme emotions are a good way to pressure yourself and get your heart rate up. That's a bonus technique.
As Cousin Matsuru finishes her calm speech, that chilly, syrupy feeling dissipates like a gust of wind. All that's left is the sudden molten surge of magic in my mouth. I'm seized by a strange impulse to open my mouth, to speak, and I'm absolutely certain that I have the power to make those words on the tip of my tongue become an even greater reality. My mind is full to bursting. What should I say? My situation right now is so similar to how things were back then in the theater. Did the script's transformation happen because of me, or was it? My brain feels like it's crammed inside a mortar? Yeah. Being pulverized into a sticky pulp. But my tongue moves faster than my mind. You must be calm. As soon as the last word tumbles out, the pain in my tongue fades. I hope it hasn't left a blister. There, I've said it. An abrupt hush settles across the room. Cousin Matsuru's sudden silence makes me a little uneasy. I instinctively widen my eyes. Her expression is completely blank. But the next instant, she is back to the same severe manner I remember from our meeting at the theater, as if what I just saw was a mere illusion. She loosens her tight grasp on my hand and straightens up, moving a little stiffly.
Sorry, I got kind of worked up there. You okay?
My hand hurts a bit. Cousin Matsuru heaves a deep sigh. The filing cabinet casts a shadow over her features.
I'll buy you something to eat to make up for it. Sorry about that. Damn, that sure is something. Don't use your magic here and don't go around showing it off in front of other people. If you can't be sure, they'll keep their mouths shut. Remember how that felt just now. You can practice a bit more if you have the time. After all, other mages won't be giving you time to meditate.
True, imagine.
You have a whole lot of magical power. Your talent is even greater than many people I've seen. You just need practice.
She lets out another sound like a sigh. She seems to be doing that a lot today.
And one last thing.
She rests her hand on her uniform belt, then turns her palm upward. Suddenly, something appears in her hand. It looks like a pink tentacle, its body giving the occasional squirm.
This is a familiar.
Hers is a slug.
Me when I'm a slug.
And this time, I can feel my face go rigid. Cousin Matsuru picks up the tentacle between her fingers. It seems docile enough. I watch it wriggle like a worm picked up by its neck. Do tentacles even have necks? It thrashes with all its might, like it's trying to escape the grip of the human hand.
Familiars are also constructed, but there's no time to teach you about that now. I'll go into it later. Familiars derive their abilities from their component materials and the magic used in the ritual. A long time ago, making familiars also required praying to the gods, but now that's been replaced by using purified materials. It works just as well. Most of them aren't harmless, and they aren't as small as this one here. If you run into a familiar, you better brace yourself.
I gaze at the tentacle in Cousin Matsuru's hand, its tip flexing, slowly curling and unwinding again. I strive to suppress my instinctive repulsion for something so alien, but I get nowhere, so I have to stop looking at it. I'm trying not to be too rude, so I steel myself and let Kaze Matsuru finish before I speak. What can this familiar do? Kaze Matsuru's lips move, and a wave of regret bears down on me.
Well, since you ask, I'm going to put it in your eye.
No thank you. In my eye? Huh? Wait, what's this?
This is fine.
What's this all of a sudden? You aren't giving me eye surgery or anything, are you?
I won't be gouging out your eye or blinding you. I'm not into that sort of thing. Speak for yourself. This thing has no offensive power. It's the safest type of familiar. Even when it enters your eye, it'll keep itself hidden. You won't feel any discomfort.
So it's like Aiba without the gouging the eye out first part. Got it.
Got it.
Kaze Matsuru hoists the familiar a little higher, treating me to a full view of its mouthless body and plump, glistening suckers.
Its purpose is to boost your sensitivity to magic, so you can visually observe any spell traces and magical residue. That way, you'll notice if a mage passes by. If you know who they are, you'll be on your guard, won't you? It'll help you stay safe. Also, if you get attacked or stumble into someone else's atelier, it'll let me know your location, and I'll come to your rescue.
Kaze Matsuru seems to be completely in earnest. Putting something into my eye still sounds incredibly dodgy, but I can tell from her words that she's deeply concerned with my personal safety. Does this just come with being a cop, or did something happen before? Her brilliant eyes are trained on me, but no matter how I try, I can't discern any trace of a lie in their tranquil depths. It's rude to pry into someone else's past. I clamped down on the urge and turned back to the tentacle, which now lies motionless in Kaze Matsuru's hand, presumably worn out from struggling. I'm trying not to contemplate how I'll feel against my eye. Does it really have to go in my eye? Isn't there any other way?
Most spells only last a short time, and anything of a longer duration takes a bit too much preparation. And if you just keep it with you, an observant mage will easily pick up on it.
You're sure this is fine?
Of course. I wouldn't get this wrong, even if just on the account of the Sakuma family.
I really want to ask exactly who the Sakuma family are and what status they hold. Samekura and Sakurai both speak of them with such weariness. But if Kaze Matsuru still insists on stuffing the tentacle into my eye despite all that, maybe it just looks grosser than it actually is. Or maybe... Can I keep my eyes closed or swallow it? I ask this question without harboring much hope, and indeed, Kaze Matsuru laughs in response. There's no trace of mockery to it, but my face still flushes hot. No, fine. Kaze Matsuru reaches out and cups my face. Her gloves are coarse. Her calloused fingertips graze across my cheeks and slowly make their way to my right eye, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. When she peels open my eyelid with 2 fingers, I inadvertently choke on a mouthful of spit. My expanded field of vision can now clearly take in the incandescent light beaming down from the ceiling, and Kaze Matsuru's face approaching mine, eyes gleaming like gems. Kaze Matsuru picks up the tentacle. Its fleshy pink body draws closer and closer to my eye. The tentacle uncoils, its tip languorously swaying in the air. My body grows taut with anxiety. I can feel Kaze Matsuru's breath and the stirring of the wind.
Hold still.
I force my eyes to stay open. My eyeballs swivel clumsily to the side, but I'm still doomed to watch the familiar's inexorable approach. I don't think any psychological torture could beat this.
Or maybe he's just a coward.
Yeah. The instant it settles on my eyeball, I instinctively blink. Everything goes dark. All I sense is that touch upon my eye, vivid and unmistakable. The tentacle is icy against my eyeball. Its suckers are fastened to the most vulnerable part of my head, like an insect's pincers pressing into rotten wood. But then it rapidly melts into my eye socket like water, dashing real tears from my eyes. I can tell if any part of the familiar is washed out with them. Finally, a faint sliver of light appears. Only then do I notice that my right eye's vision is blurry, like I'm peering through it through a pink veil. Juxtaposed with my normal left eye, it feels surreal, as if the world has been split in two. Why can't I see clearly? As I ask my hesitant question, Kazematsuru's fingers shift from my eyelid to my eye socket. She helps to wipe away the reflexive tears that are still seeping out.
You'll be fine soon. It's still fusing.
She sounds so calm. Her gaze lingers on my face for a long time, taking in every detail. I can't help but feel like a lab rat. I mean...
He is a little bit.
yeah. I'm not sure how much time passes, but it must take a while. So long that the belated pangs of hunger start to gnaw at my stomach. Finally, the color obscuring my vision drains away, and everything once again looks the same as before. As my vision clears, my ears almost simultaneously pick up the rumbling of my stomach. I can't tell if Kazematsuru hears it too, but her lips do quirk upwards in a slight smirk.
Can you see now?
Yes.
Time for lunch then. We've been hanging around here long enough.
Before we leave, out of the corner of my right eye, I notice that my wrist is glimmering faintly with hazy traces of blue and pink, like rippling water or silk threads. And the patterns almost seem to intertwine, weaving into an intricate, unbroken skein. And Kazematsuru's collar also radiates gentle sparks of mingled blue and pink, like a gemstone under the light. That's...
See something weird?
yeah, some kind of glowing pattern.
Ah, that's right. What you're seeing are the traces of your magic in mine. Remember, if you spot traces like this, that's when you have to be aware of everything. Absolutely everything.
Having said her piece, Kazematsuru shoves open the door of the archives. And suddenly dawns on me what her expression back then reminded me of. Myself, last night, when I was in the hospital washroom rinsing my face with cold water, and caught sight of myself in the mirror.
Why are you still standing around? Don't you want lunch?
He's mentally unwell, give him a minute. My train of thought cut off, I reply by instinct. Coming. Why is there so much?
Isn't this a standard portion?
It's a standard?
Careful how you hold that, or it's going to spill. Hey!
It takes a while before Kazematsuru and I settle down in our seats at the police canteen. It's the middle of mealtime. The canteen is already crowded with cops wolfing down their food. Kazematsuru's entrance was met with numerous stares, some supposedly covert, others completely overt. My hand is still scalded red from the piping hot ceramic. I almost knocked over the food, and the culprit is sitting before me, the steaming bowl heaped with katsudan.
Seriously, what's with you? Were you... Never mind. It's not like you've ever had to carry anything yourself.
Kazumatsuru's words contain a veiled accusation of silver spoons and pampered upbringing, and I have no immediate rebuttal. After all, the one who just picked up a tray almost overturned it and had to hastily catch the bowl before it toppled, ended up burning his own hand. That was me, right here, Kotori Sakuma. But this bowl of katsudan is indeed enough to tempt a hungry person, let alone me. I've been ravenous for a whole night and half a day. The greasy aroma of fried food fills my nostrils. The air is thick with steam and the sweetness of sauce. Even before taking a single bite, I can imagine the sensation of the succulent meat giving way between my teeth, and how I'll mix with the soft steamed rice to form satisfying clumps. I eat a mouthful of the rice soaked in rich brown sauce. Then a second, and a third. I don't scrape my chopsticks against the rim of the bowl, and I don't gulp down my food so fast in front of Kazematsuru. That's all I can manage right now with my remaining self-control. Once I've gotten some food into my empty stomach, my body is briefly pacified, and I can finally sift through the events of the past 2 days. Unconsciously, start to eat at a slower pace as well. First, Hatsuyuki and the troop members turned out to be corpses. Kazuya, Hamura-sensei are the only 3 living people in the entire troop. Then, there are signs of the reversion of Kazuya's body. I look up at Kazematsuru, sitting across the table from me. She wants to track down the worshippers of that white monster, and they seem to be connected to the black mage who is controlling the troop members. Plus what Hatsuyuki mentioned, about the principles behind reversion. I'm sure that making everyone behave just as they did when they were alive, to the point that they could even perform and laugh along with me, can't have been a simple spell. But if so, if what Kazematsuru is investigating really is connected to him, I've suddenly lost my appetite. The scent of the food is real, and so is the pleasure I felt as I chewed on it. But now it might as well be sawdust in my mouth. And I'm full. The eyes are a window for wordless communication. How I wish I could bury mine beneath the table right now to keep Kazematsuru from fathoming my guilt. She hasn't interrogated me like a criminal, but as her gaze descends on me, I feel as anxious as a petty thief spotted by the police.
Oh, I get it. It's tough being an actor, huh? If you're done, I'll send you home. Remember to get used to wielding your magic. It'll take me a while anyway to spread the news of what you've been through. I'll let you know when it's time.
Kazematsuru pushes herself up from the table as she speaks. When we exit the canteen, the sun is already high in the sky, finally giving off enough heat to melt the snow. Kazematsuru says nothing as we walk, and neither do I. I simply follow behind her, head bowed. I lose track of how many times I falter, but just as I'm about to speak, Kazematsuru suddenly stops walking. Hello? I freeze, startled. Standing in front of us is a youth. He looks quite young and remarkably haughty. He looks old, I'll be honest.
He looks like a grandpa.
Yeah. Like a youthful for a grandpa, but a grandpa nonetheless.
Yeah.
His feet are firmly planted, squarely blocking our way. Flicks his forehead. I don't know. What kind of voice does this loser get?
I don't know, man.
Peachy, do you have any voice direction ideas?
Yeah.
Or anyone else in chat who feels like speaking up? Bounces crocheted chicken in the meantime.
Oh, to have crocheted chicken.
Oh, to be able to get you one. What a young old man, indeed.
Also, it's very fun that I get to do voices that I usually don't get to do. I really like voicing Kazematsuru.
That's fair. They might be siblings now that you've mentioned it, huh?
Oh, yeah, because same eye color, same hair color.
Yeah, I didn't even connect that. Still doesn't give me a voice direction.
Yeah.
Pain Peko.
Pain Peko. Like, again, like, he doesn't look particularly youthful, so, like, I can't...
Yeah.
Like, if we're, like, assuming they're siblings, and, like, youth would imply, like, young adult, teenager, that range.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't look it.
Yeah, like...
So, like...
Maybe instead of sibling, dad.
Very young father.
Dolph.
Very young old father.
I don't know, I'll just slap a voice on there, because Snarky isn't really a voice direction, more of like an acting direction.
Mm-hmm.
So you found more cannon fodder, Captain Kazematsuru. If I still had any doubts as to this youth's identity, his hostile greeting has cleared those up, has it? Kazematsuru folds her arms, even without seeing her face. I can hear the chill in her voice.
That's none of your business, Kijimoto. This sort of provocation would look better on my father, if you could even get to see him in the first place.
Okay, so that clears out both being the father and sibling.
Unless he's like a very estranged sibling.
Yeah.
Your little brother is old enough to come stay with the main family now, isn't he? I've heard all about the boy's gifts even here in Tokyo. How's that going? Getting worried yet?
I've just been given a turkey stick.
Oh.
Yep. Just hand-delivered. The youth's pale face gradually floods with red. I can hear the gnashing of his teeth. His nostrils flare and quiver, and his hands at his sides ball tight into fists. His expression's really funny. It is the picture of swelling fury, but under Kazematsu's stare, he can't keep his voice from quaking.
Like,
Quack. Is that supposed to scare me? He's just a little brat, and the main family still hasn't named you as heir. Isn't that because of your screw-up? You think you're any better off than me? I frown. No matter what, he's taking things a bit too far. And it's obvious that he doesn't intend to let us go anytime soon. But I briefly skim through the rules I've played before, and then, with a practiced smile, I tilt my chin just a little. Just like Kazematsuru taught me, I let my desire flow from the tip of my tongue back toward my heart, and the magic comes cascading from my heart, taking over my tongue. Maybe I really am talented, as Kazematsuru says, but right now I couldn't care less about that. Mitsuru, who is this? Kazematsuru's twitch is barely perceptible, then she recovers and picks up the thread right where I left off. Thankfully, this Kijimoto-san didn't notice.
Ah, nobody worth knowing. Just one of those good-for-nothing Kazematsuru branch spawn.
I see. Kijimoto's already flushed face takes on an even deeper hue of a drunk man. His brows shoot up, and he glares daggers at me as if he's on the verge of flinging curses. The words that come hurtling from his mouth make my eardrums twitch in discomforts. And who's this boy toy of yours? How dare you criticize me? I arch an eyebrow, and with another flick of my cheek muscles, I poise my lips in the faintest of smiles. But I very conspicuously rake my gaze over him, pausing only long enough to make sure he notices it. Then I turn away again and pay him no further heed. A gesture like this isn't aggressive, just and polite, at most, but it might as well be a red rag to a bull. Before he really does punch me in the face, I step forward, right into the path of that trembling fist. He takes a reflexive step backwards, and I speak loud and clear so that all three of us can hear it. Oh my, what a surprise. Me, a boy toy? This time, Kazematsuru really does audibly scoff. She shoots a scornful glance at the seething Kijimoto and tips her chin upward.
Only a brain-dead imbecile could mistake a member of the Sakuma family for a boy toy.
Kijimoto's now apparently desperate to recover the dignity he lost by backing away just now. He lets out a loud bellow, and then, realizing that someone might hear him, hastily lowers his voice again. Mitsuru Kazematsuru, have you lost your damn mind? You think you can scare me by bringing the Sakumas into this? Everybody knows that the Sakuma heir is useless scum with no talent. You're not fooling anyone with this street trash you hauled in from who knows where. At least put him in a skirt. I mean, I'm down for him being put in a skirt, but for like unrelated reasons.
Yeah, just because I want to see him be a girl
Is that so? I wasn't aware that people speak of Serena in this way in unknown quarters. It seems I had better let Minoru-san know that Kijimoto-kun here has a very idiosyncratic perspective on Sakuma family affairs. And you two could probably confirm with Minoru-san whether or not my surname is Sakuma. I let my mouth open wider as I speak. I want to be sure he sees my tongue brimming with magic. It feels like a burning brand in my mouth. His gaze settles on me, and I see his pupils start to quiver. He believes me, or to put it another way, is weak by nature, and as soon as I display a sufficiently tough attitude to rein him in, he might claim not to believe me, but he will acknowledge this false persona I've adopted.
Moron. How did such a wise teacher turn out a wretch like you?
Kaze Matsuru flings out her last words. They make Kijimoto's entire body go rigid.
You think that as the eldest daughter and the heir, I won't take the family's interest seriously and I'll kowtow to anyone just to get an edge over you? Isn't that right? All this stubborn wrangling isn't going to make your walnut-sized brain any smarter. After so many years in Tokyo, you haven't grown at all. It's a real shame. Also, if I let my father know that you insulted Sakuma-san and just jeopardized the relationship between our families, well, you'd better think through how this might hurt your chance against your brother. Scram, now get out of our way.
I need more sprites to do that to get off screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible.
Kaze Matsuru waves him away brusquely. Through my right eye, I watch a flurry of pink wind send the youth reeling. He staggers back a few steps, clearing our path. I surreptitiously swallow a scorching clump of spit and magic. As I do so, Kaze Matsuru grabs me by the arm, and we leave the youths ranting behind us.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
She stands next to a slowly melting pile of snow, her boots spattered with muddy water. But after a few moments, she suddenly calls out to me again, stopping me in my tracks.
What he said, it's true. I've been keeping something from you. And now that I'm thinking about it more calmly, you have the right to know what you've been dragged into.
Have a good beer, B. Peach.
But this is the only time I can speak honestly about it. Do you want to hear it? It's probably better if you know.
After I've heard it, is it too late to refuse, even if I want to?
Naturally.
I nod. There's no change in Kaze Matsuru's expression, and her tone remains the same.
Where do I start?
From the beginning.
5 years ago, right after I took charge of this division, there was a string of magical attacks in Tokyo. The victims were ambushed and abducted, and then turned into twisted, deformed monsters. They had nearly the same powers as mages who undergo complete reversion. They were highly destructive and almost immortal, and barely retained any sanity. Back then, it made a huge stir. When we tracked down the person behind all this, it turned out to be a black mage who worshipped that so-called Lord Eight Wings. Lord Eight Wings is just like what you've seen. 8 wings and 8 eyes. Feathers like fresh snow and eyes like emeralds.
Okay, I wasn't sure about the 8 eyes. I remember the 8 wings for sure, so I guess it is both. Fascinating.
There's no record of such a deity in Japan, or in any East Asian country for that matter, so its followers are designated as a cult. But they're a cunning lot. We were fooled so many times by the false trails they led for us. And in the end, I'm guessing they got sick of the fuss. That black mage made the first move and appeared before me and my team. She was an elderly woman, getting on in years.
Kaze Matsuru seems to be taking a deep breath, but halfway through, it turns into a sigh of resignation.
The Special Investigation Division was a brand new unit. My father put the most into it, hoping to use it to restore the family's glory. With no one else stepping up, it was only natural to put me in charge. And apart from me, it was just a bunch of rookies the government dug up. Like you, they suddenly found themselves saddled with these blessings. They didn't know the first thing about the world of mages. They weren't sharp enough, or alert enough, or ruthless enough, or strong enough. Being too soft-hearted got everyone killed. And I was the only one who barely got away. He's right about that.
Kaze Matsuru coughs twice. Her eyebrows sag from their perpetual arch, and her eyelids droop. She gazes down at the snow as it slowly melts into the soil, frothing with tiny bubbles.
I thought if I went to fetch backup, we could at least bring this one person to justice. But she, or the people backing her, they weren't people the Kazematsuru family could touch. That was when I learned that sometimes power is more useful than the magic you know. I regret it, but what good does regret do?
She shuts her eyes. When she opens them again, those brilliant eyes lock onto me, clear as glass.
I can't let this go. That's why, no matter what, even if it means dragging innocent people into this, I have to see her dead. I don't care if she's protected by wealth or power or the other families. If I can't make her confess her crimes in the open, I'll fall back on the older ways.
She stays perfectly calm to the very end, just as she said. But for some reason, I feel as if all those turbulent emotions are roiling beneath her icy surface.
I've told you as much as I can. The rest will give anyone nightmares. You wouldn't enjoy it.
I mean, he already deals with nightmares. What are a few more?
Yeah.
The wind has blown her hat a little crooked. She catches hold of it, then wheels around and heads back to the entrance of the police station. Hold on.
What?
You told me before that all I have to do is find them, or wait for them to get in touch, and then give you the information.
That's right.
And then the rest. All that dangerous stuff.
I'll handle it. It's got nothing to do with you.
So at least you don't have to feel guilty about me.
You've got a real sharp tongue, you know. It's cold out these days. You'd better go back and get some rest. I'll let you know if there's any news.
On the way back to the troop lodgings, the snow seems unusually bright for some reason. I rub at my right eye, where an ache is slowly developing. A breeze whisks past, and when I lower my hand, I notice a patch of color that stands out stark against the white snow. The smear of deep green extends along the street into an alleyway that shows no signs of light or life. Standing at the mouth of the alleyway, the moonbeams and lamplight could just make out the signboard half shrouded in shadow, and the words inked upon it. Watanabe Hall of Antique Books? The door to the shop is shut tight. A yellowed paper is tacked to it, announcing the shop's imminent closure. And those ominous flickers of deep green blink in and out of existence, fleeting as mist in the sun. And they rise and fall as if borne by the great breaths of some invisible beast. The unearthly aura they exude sends chills down my spine. My heart pounds faster and faster, drawing me onward, because Matsuru's words are like the reins on a bridle, yanking it back before it can leap from my chest. She said to watch out. Tokyo is a global city, the heart of Japan. I've only just become privy to some of the secrets hidden from the public. Even so, I'm well aware that, in such a vast population, a small portion can still be a large number. It's plausible enough that a mage might have passed by not long ago. It's just that. I look up. The Watanabe Hall of Antique Books looms over before me, blinking gently in a beguiling emerald glow. A snowflake drifts down, light as a white down feather. Another follows, and still more come tumbling until the pinpricks of light are like dots of paint on a blank canvas. The scene seems so familiar, but the elements it's composed of have been completely transformed. Amidst the haze of snow, a current stirs in the air, unfurling all around me at once, whispering above my head and beneath my feet, bearing some delicate and indefinable scent. As the snow falls, warmth blankets my body. When I stare in that direction, I see nothing but the glow of emerald and white. I don't know whether this is that so-called Lord Octeropes or something. I don't know. Manifesting or just a delusion from my frost-addled brain. Everything here feels so real. It practically breathes with life and presence. It puts me on edge. I want to leave. There's a sudden itch in my arm. It prickles with goose flesh, as if my skin realized that I was being watched before my brain could. And those bumps on my skin seem to be growing, swelling out into longer limbs. The sight is familiar enough to dull my curiosity somewhat, but just then something scrapes my skin, like hair prickling against it, and that sharp itch is almost more than I can bear. I better go back and tell her about it. Before I leave, in a tiny patch of unperceived darkness, a feather slips from my sleeve. It drifts downwards, laden with hesitation and unease. Its emerald shaft and white plume settle in the dirty snow melt and gradually dissolve. When I open my eyes in bed, the sun is already aloft outside the window. I have no idea how long it's been up. My body feels so heavy, like I have sandbags bound to every limb. I've only felt like this after a full day of dance practice. Even lifting a finger is excruciating. The soft quilt weighs down on me, putting me in place. Only my soul floats in the sunlight with the dust motes, basking in the gentle floral scent. I didn't dream this time, but this dreamless sleep has left me even more exhausted. Maybe this is just what it's like being human. The train crash, the death of Hatsuyuki and everyone else, and Kazuya's scars. When something is no longer an accident, but the result of human action, the pain stops overflowing and is replaced by something else. Only when the patterns on the ceiling start to undulate and the shadow of the lamp begins to shift with the sun's rays, do I finally regain enough strength to sit up and sort through my thoughts. I haven't seen Hamado-sensei since getting back. Hamado and Kazuya are fairly close, and Kazuya is generally the one who stays in contact with them. Hamado does seem to know what's going on, but I still need some way to get them to talk. Hamado-sensei's personality is so twisted. I can ask them any number of questions and barely learn anything. I could probably ask Kazematsuru to look into it, but given her attitude, she might end up butting heads with Kazuya. I'm slowly overcome by the urge to sigh. Surely he can't keep hiding the truth from me at this point, but apart from the living corpses and the magic, how much does he actually know? If there's really no other way. Hatsuyuki, Kazematsuru, even Sakurai, they all brought up the Sakuma family. I do my best to ignore the nausea that wells up in my throat and the mere thought of this name. It might just be due to my amnesia, but I wonder if the family members Sakurai mentioned might not be as warm and kindly as I once imagined. After all, I never heard anything about the Sakuma family from the other troop members, and it's the fact that we haven't been in contact since my amnesia. But if someone is willing to lend a hand, no, that's wrong. I no longer have the luxury of telling other people, you'll do, and picking and choosing freely. Sakurai was right. I might have the chance to meet them soon. I don't harbor any deep feelings for my so-called family, and perhaps this is one of the few cards I have to play. As long as I use it well, as long as my younger sister will accept it. My thoughts are interrupted by a convulsive shiver, as if I am warning my own brain not to venture any further. Before losing my memory, why exactly did I want to leave Tokyo? Best not to dwell on it. I'll just wait until Kazuya wakes up. Yes, I'll wait until he's awake. The other shoe has to drop then. But before that, there's the bookshop. The only trace I've seen since the familiar was implanted. A scene that's both recognizable and alien. Somehow, I don't think it's a coincidence. I'll tell Kazematsuru about it. And go take a look.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry.
Hi, Patsu.
I don't know if you noticed, but my Wi-Fi exploded.
Ah, I see. I thought I might have noticed that in my peripheral vision, but I didn't, know what was going on.
What did I miss?
I don't know. Pat's you.
Is Pat?
You have a sub. You can actually go back in the play, like
Oh,
the
yeah,
player. Yeah,
that's right.
yeah. You can find out yourself.
It's fine. I don't need to know.
Okay. I mean, he's mostly just been recapping everything, so.
He's having his like moment of decompression.
Now that I've thought all of this through, the exhaustion coiled around me is like a knot that's been cut. The whole tangle unravels and falls away. Well, I wash up first to make a call to Cousin Matsuru, and then I'll start by looking into the Sakuma family. I'm talking a big game, but my limbs are still sore and sluggish from sleep. My feet feel numb and inert, like I'm treading on cotton wool. Even just a short walk proves challenging. When I drag myself to the telephone, lift the receiver, and turn the dial, I still have to lean against the table for support. I'll listen to the static on the line, stamping my feet lightly to shake off that discomfort.
What is it?
Cousin Matsuru's voice sounds in my ear. As I string together a sentence, my gaze idly wanders away. Which is how I spot something that shouldn't be here. That's...
Hello? What was that? Hey, answer me.
And the sun today is the brightest it's been in days. When I leave my room, the handle of the wall clock is still hovering between 2 and 3. The sun's rays are no longer like a small light bulb, all glow and no warmth. They've grown hot enough to melt away the snow lining the streets. I'm not fond of thick clothing, so this is the one thing that's happened to me, good thing that's happened to me recently. The one and only thing. The envelope in my hand seems to be smoldering. Ever since I made my call to Cousin Matsuru, I noticed the lightly scented letter lying on the table, and the fact that there's no trace of damage to the front entrance from my room door. It's been like a beacon in the darkness, ceaselessly proclaiming its presence. The paper is dry, soft and smooth. It emanates the chilly fragrance of violet leaf. The signature on it reads, Serena Sakuma. That's what made me finally decide to hang up the call, leave my room, and walk out into the lukewarm breeze. A younger sister who's vanished from my memories, and who only exists for a fleeting moment in the mouths of others. Perhaps she wanted to save me, a new arrival in the city, from having to make too long a trip. After the standard pleasantries, she very thoughtfully set our meeting place as the cafe I've been dining in for the past few days. The tone of her letter was polite, so polite as to be distant, but I feel every word like a thorn in my side. A faint chill creeps from the soles of my feet to the top of my skull, as if countless eyes just discreetly swept across me, and my skin caught on before my mind could. Even in this fine weather, I can almost feel my teeth chattering, and it has nothing to do with the season. When I push open the cafe door and see that the only one table is occupied, this mounting disquiet reaches its peak. It's the strange girl I saw the first time I came here. She and the maid standing behind her raised their heads in unison, and their identical wintry stares pinned me to the spot. Their complexions are equally pale. Their spines and arms have the perfect straightness of antique Western dolls in a shop window, ball joints rested and unmoving, that might never have drawn breath. I recall that peculiar feeling I had when we first crossed paths. Now that I've realized the blood ties between us, that seems to explain it. My sister is calling to me, through her kinship by blood. But why is she like this? Time seems to have frozen. The silence is heavy enough to choke on. I barely think of anything else. It's all I can do to maintain my calm exterior. Are you Serena Sakuma? The afternoon sunlight is bright enough to illuminate every speck of dust drifting through the air. In this world, saturated with the sharp scent of coffee, sits the doll-like girl, gazing straight at me with keen golden eyes. Eventually, the muscles at the corners of her mouth flex, and a smile forms on her lips. It's a little stiff, but brings some life to her face.
Yes, it's me, Oni-sama.
Her lips part ever so slightly, and she lightly exhales a long, slow breath that skates across the past, stirring up ripples on its blank surface. And then she gestures, directing my attention to the stack of documents on the table.
I do think you must have realized already, but to ease all your doubts, here's proof that you are truly my big brother.
I shake my head. For the already renowned daughter of the Sakuma family, there's no need to bother with establishing bona fides, whether hers or mine. No need for that. I don't think you'd lie to me about this. Sarina seems fully satisfied with my reaction. She doesn't just raise the corners of her lips, but her eyebrows as well.
It's been a long time. You look much better than you did before. I'm so glad. Please sit down. I want to chat with you. Go to the kitchen and hurry them along. I don't want the snacks to be out. I don't want the snacks to be late.
Real of her.
Yes, miss.
The maid dips a small bow, then slips away as silently as a piece of paper. Sarina, for some reason, hearing that Oni-sama made me even more inclined to address her this way, keeps her eyes on me until I'm seated on the other side of the booth. Only then does her unnerving gaze retreat. She picks up her teacup. Against that artificial white, the velvet gleam on brilliant red.
Minoru-san doesn't let me waste too much time outside. Even though I have so much to tell you, Oni-sama, please forgive me. This has to be a short sibling reunion. But before that, I think you have something you want to say to me, Oni-sama.
Sarina takes a dainty sip of coffee, and sets the cup down on the saucer with a clink, leaving me room to speak. You should know that I've forgotten my past. So, even if you call me Oni-sama, I don't...
I see. That's fine. It was always just me calling you that.
She lowers her gaze. Her eyelashes flutter like wings. Having fun with your packaging over there?
Yeah, sorry. I'm hungry and I'm trying to open it as quietly as possible. But
It's not working
I'm
out
hungry.
well.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, tear that package apart. It's not gonna be quiet. Pats you.
I just wanted to call you my big brother.
That's cute.
I haven't seen you in 2 years. It doesn't matter if you've forgotten the past, our past. I'm just so very lonely. So lonely that I want to cling to even the smallest scrap of hope. That's how it is.
Her expression is as cold as ever, but her eyes and brows droop down towards her little silver spoon, twirling soundlessly in the cup.
You know, Oni-sama, back when you loved candied plums and sweet rice balls, I thought you were being so childish eating all those sweets instead of a proper meal. A while ago, I finally realized how rare sweetness is. But you were gone by then, Oni-sama.
Serena's voice has gone soft. Sadness hangs thick in the air, and the words I'd prepared stayed jammed in my throat. I swallow them back down. Sorry, I'm just worried. I don't know what to say to that, but I don't want to be rude. I hope you don't mind. Serena gives me a smile. Her facial muscles seem to have limbered up a little. Compared to her smile earlier, this one is more childlike, and more befitting her age.
It's okay, Oni-sama.
Well then, you called me here, and you even... The thought of that letter, delivered to my room while I was fast asleep, makes my skin crawl and brings an involuntary frown to my face.
Oh, that? I had somebody tell you. I'm sorry, Oni-sama.
A girl.
And I discovered something I wasn't expecting, so I wanted to give you a warning.
It's just so calm as she spits out words that make it impossible for me to stay calm. I'm on the verge of screaming. That'd be rude, but at this point, I can't bring myself to care about these niceties, or even whatever danger she's talking about. What do you mean you had somebody tell me?
Well, I mean, I assigned detectives, or as I like to call them, money-hungry fools, to keep a constant eye on my vulnerable brother and make sure he doesn't get caught up in anything strange or dangerous.
Girl.
That's all.
She cocks her head, seemingly perplexed by my reaction. A lock of hair tumbles over her forehead, obscuring the sharp contours that frame her eyes.
I was concerned for your safety, Oni-sama.
That doesn't mean... Why didn't you ask for my consent? I tamp down my swell of bitterness and keep my voice as even as I can. Sarina doesn't look any older than 17 or 18. Just what sort of family environment can make this young girl think that setting people to tell others, no matter what the motivation, is a reasonable thing to do? But Sarina's response seems to mock me for having forgotten myself and crossed the line. In a perfectly flat tone, she says the words I least want to hear in this situation.
That doesn't matter.
Girl.
Mitsuru Kazematsuru is actually a very level-headed person. I'm not worried about this little adventure you've arranged with her. After all, she can handle most of the special circumstances. It's just that you don't seem to have very good luck, Oni-sama.
What does that mean?
You still haven't noticed, Oni-sama? That's alright. That's exactly why I'm here. Just like how you can see fresh traces of magic now, you don't know how to rein in your own aura, and to other mages, that makes you let's say a sitting duck. It's adorable.
I don't see what's adorable about it, but Sarina carries on, heedless.
But these traces are like stains. They'll eventually be washed away by the rains of time. And thanks to the hard work of the Special Investigation Division, Tokyo has always been very peaceful. So peaceful that people who'd use any sort of little magic trick to do their best to cover their tracks. The familiar she gave you simply lets you notice when other mages are nearby. You can see the traces their breath leaves behind, which are impossible to hide. Usually that's more than enough. But the strange activity you saw after leaving the police station, followed by the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books, that can only mean one thing. It has its eyes on you.
As she speaks, her spirits seem to rise. Some trace of inflection even enters her voice.
After all, you've forgotten everything you were taught before you left, haven't you, Oni-sama? Whatever its goal is, it seems to really want you to go inside and see. You just made your promise to her, and the next instant, a clue appeared. Isn't that just like those spirits who grant wishes in supernatural tales?
I swallow a mouthful of spit. It rasps like sandpaper in my dry throat. You're saying that was what they call Lord Eight Wings?
Most likely. The wretch said he didn't get a good look. But I think you will end up going to that shop, Oni-sama. Isn't that right?
I nod. I don't want to go back on my word to Kazematsuru. And since Sarina came looking for me and didn't bring up Lord Eight Wings, you must have some information on the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books. She brings her velveted gloved palms together lightly. The soft clap echoes in the space between us.
I see you understand, Oni-sama. That's good. Minoru-san wants to see if you've made any progress in those years. In these years away. He thinks the bookshop owner will make the perfect target. But I still can't bear the thought of But I still can't bear the thought of you getting hurt, Oni-sama. So please listen to me carefully. Before you came back, I just happened to acquire a little information through certain means. Some of it involved this bookshop owner, Tomoya Watanabe.
Hearing this, unconsciously I snap to attention.
She's quite a well-known black mage. 20 years ago, she started working for an unofficial organization called the Assembly of Truth.
Well, that sounds like a cold war, right?
Yeah. The earliest records of the Assembly of Truth date back to 40 or 50 years. To sum up, it's a church that uses the guise of Shinto to carry out mass rituals of debauchery and pursue the unification of all beings.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's a cult.
Mm-hmm.
I won't elaborate any further on the specifics of their worship. They'll expand on it in great detail, I'm sure. Watanabe was already notorious before joining the Assembly of Truth. Like a classic black mage, she hoped to explore the secrets of life and death through her research. The Assembly has recently established bases in Tokyo. The old bookshop you saw is one of them, Oni-sama. After Tomoya Watanabe joined the Assembly of Truth, she leveraged their power to run even further amok. Due to her lack of restraint, after her clash with the Special Investigation Division, some information about her magic gradually came to light. To be precise, she can use magic traces as ink, and spends time writing books about the lives of the magic owners. Once a book is complete, she can wield the magic of the person who left that trace. The ambush which drove Kazematsuru mad is also what allowed them to figure this out. But it's unfortunate that those officers died in vain. In the end, they were nothing but additions to Tomoya Watanabe's book collection. They did some damage to Watanabe, but were all brutally killed. Itsuru Kazematsuru nurtured that team for nothing, and she was the only one who managed to escape. And on top of that, Watanabe was cleared of all charges. What a waste.
You mean she's going up against us?
That's right, Oni-sama. An enemy who, having survived once, becomes even harder to defeat. And recently, she's emerged from her burrow like a mole waking from slumber, sniffing around for a new target. What do you think, Oni-sama? If you do come home, no matter how Watanabe tries to coerce you, she won't pose any threat. You'll be completely safe. As for Itsuru Kazematsuru, once she's made up her mind to die, who can stand in her way?
Sarina's tone has grown gentler, but with the sentence, it snaps back into unyielding ice. Anxiety squeezes my heart in a tight fist. I look into this girl's eyes, and as they gaze right back at me, I realize that, apart from the deliberately honed tips of those eyes and brows, their golden irises are very much like mine. They're only a little more solemn. I almost agree immediately. Almost. Before I answer, I have a question too. What sort of person is Itsuru Kazematsuru? The girl's eyes widen slightly, and her expression clouds. I begin to wonder if I shouldn't have said that, but then she finally speaks.
If you take this chance to make her promise you something, she'll do it. That's the kind of person she is.
Thank you. Just as I thought, if I get Kazematsuru to owe me a favor, if Kazuya really is connected to that mysterious organization. Sorry to disappoint you. I look away before the girl's expression melts into sorrow. I don't mean to turn you down. I just need more time to think. And before that, I have to settle things with Kazematsuru. Even though I have the right to refuse her, I need to keep my word. Even as I mouth this lofty proclamation, I just hope this girl doesn't expose my pretense.
Is that so? I see you've learned how to bluff too, Oni-sama.
Sarina makes a sound of cool disdain, and I almost slump over. Her stare is almost palpable against my skin. Only when it shifts away can I catch my breath, the bitter taste of deceit now replaced by the guilt welling up my throat.
Well, in exchange for your rather unsatisfactory response, I'll go on a while longer. Let me tell you a thing or two that might give you nightmares.
Well, thanks, girl.
Do you know something, Oni-sama? Most mages' inborn talents manifest as soon as they draw their first breath. There are very few people like you who live an ordinary life until sensing a deity's presence and becoming a mage. And among those very few records, there's no one else like you, Oni-sama, who beholds their patron deity so frequently. Well, I can't say that for sure. After all, the records only reflect the formal list of rightful deities. There's also non-human beings that take advantage of this to entrap followers, preach, and expand their influence. It gets dangerous. That thing by your side, Oni-sama. It doesn't seem to be anywhere in the Takamagahara myths, does it?
Cold sweat trickles from my palms. Judging from Saruna's description, other than saying that Lord Eight Wings has appeared, it might be more accurate to say, has it always been with me? When these words leave my lips, Saruna's expression slowly ices over, until it transforms into a spine-chilling smile.
Don't be scared, Oni-sama. Just come home. All will be fine once you're home. When the time comes, I'll protect you. Sarina-sama.
The maid softly interrupts us. I have no idea how long she's been silently standing beside the table.
My deepest apologies for interrupting your meeting with the young master. But it's almost time for the meeting Sir arranged between you and the supplier.
Saruna's expression doesn't flicker. She sets down her teacup, not much emptier than before, and rises to her feet.
Alright, Oni-sama. It looks like you need to make up your mind. Before you do, I hope you consider that. You still have a little sister waiting at home for you. And you've abandoned her for so long.
In just 2 years, girl, it'll be fine. Oh my god, it keeps going.
It really does keep going.
Hang on, let me double check the email again just to verify how long it said it should take. Just double check.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where is it? I have many emails. This one. Estimated playing time of 1.5 to 2.5 hours. Possibly longer if streaming, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It's been quite a bit longer.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of doubt that there's only so much time, the stuff and things, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm. Like, this is part of the Fall in Love VN Fest, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not getting any dating sim vibes from this.
The dating might be later.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. It's interesting.
Like, this is really good. Don't get me wrong. I think it's really fucking high quality, and the prose is really, really fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm just a little confused.
Yeah. After Saruna and her maid depart, I have no time to waste either. I leave the cafe and almost immediately run into someone I saw not too long ago. Itsurukaze Matsuru, her full name is fun to say, is standing in front of that little door in the alleyway. She can't have been here long. Her footprints are still intact in the snow. What are you doing here?
What am I? You've got some nerve saying that. If a certain someone didn't hem and haw over the phone, say he had an emergency and hang up on me right after I picked up, you think I'd be ditching work just to run over here?
She gives me a few rough swats.
And if you're not... But you're not hurt, at least. What happened?
Saruna. Saruna Sakuma just showed up looking for me.
Oh, your sister. Well, how did that go? What did you think?
She's kind of a weird kid, but... At first, I thought it was all just a misunderstanding. But it turns out, blood ties really are a magical thing. She came to see me to tell me about a black mage named Tomoyo Watanabe.
What was that name?
My voice involuntarily softens under Cousin Matsuru's steely stare. Tomoyo Watanabe?
Where is she?
She runs an old bookshop called the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books. The exact location is... Hey, are you okay?
I'm fine. just fine. So she didn't just escape punishment. She even waltzed back into Tokyo in broad daylight. I've never gotten one of her cases. I'd have recognized her right away if I did. Staying hidden this long. Either she's learned to cover her filthy tracks or someone around me is helping her. Great, just perfect. What else do you know?
The shop's probably going to shut down soon, but I don't know when. I choose my words with caution. Kazematsuru paces a few restless steps, then comes to a decisive stop.
Lead the way.
Right now?
Right now.
Oh boy.
Don't tell me to think it over or any of that bullshit. If I go back to prepare, this will blow up into a big deal. It'll be too late by then. Take me there and leave. As for what I promised you, go see Shibata. He's a coward, but he obeys my orders. I've already told him to help you out. He won't leave you hanging, don't worry. Don't just stand there. All you have to do is point me in the right direction. Tell me where she's hiding. What street, which alley. You can stay out of it. Or are you refusing?
Kazematsuru's expression steadily darkens as he remains silent. But for Kazuyo's sake, no matter what, I have to bite the bullet and make a proposal she's sure to reject. I'm not refusing. It's just, I want to go with you.
Have you gone mad?
He's been there since the beginning.
Yeah.
No, you said it yourself. My powers are special. I can help you. Sarina and Minoru Sakuma, they think so too.
Is that so?
I look up, and for what might be the first time, I meet her eyes of my own accord. I have to muster even more courage than I imagined.
Bringing a newbie with me would be insane. This isn't like one of your little stage plays. You could die.
Perhaps just as Serena said, I really will die, and she and her Minoru-san will just look on from the sidelines. But more importantly, I need Kazematsuru to alive. I need the truth about what happened to everyone. I need Kazuya to be safe. Besides, this is the nature of the Sakuma's family's trial. I doubt I have the right to draw on their power unless I pass this test. Some things matter more than death.
You're sure about this?
I gaze squarely at her and nod. She sighs and looks away.
Fine, I'll give you an opening. An opening to cast a spell.
But how can I let you face her alone? I can fight too.
No, you can't. You've barely even practiced channeling your magic. If you insist on butting in, you'll just get in my way. Besides, it's been so long. I have no idea if she's picked up any new tricks. What you can do is conserve your magic while I buy time, then pinpoint a weak spot for her. Just like you did to me before. It's too late to teach you anything new now. Damn it. We'll just have to...
Kazematsuru mutters something under her breath as she uses the tip of her boot to inscribe a course, the complex circular pattern in the snow, closing me within it.
In fact, those traces which mages can see aren't really that obvious. Which means that if the opponent doesn't have a familiar, and you're well prepared enough, you can keep anyone from spotting those little sparkles. That's all we can do now.
She produces a dagger from who knows where, and without hesitation, she slices an inch-deep gash into her palm. As blood gushes out, she lets it trickle into the circular pattern, and like water flowing through a canal, it runs neatly through the carven route without a single wasted drop. Shocked, I reflexively whip out my handkerchief and try to bandage her wound, but Kazematsuru sidesteps my extended hand without batting an eye.
It's fine. I'm just using my blood since I don't have any proper materials on hand. Settle down.
She keeps up a constant murmur as she kneels before the steaming snow.
Let this flesh be girded in the power woven Okay. I can read. Don't just say Let this flesh be girded in the power woven within the divine feather robe.
Glimmers of light rise from the pooling crimson, clinging to my cheeks, whipping up a burst of wind, like a flock of birds taking off from the eaves into the sky. With every syllable she utters, her face grows paler and paler, as if she isn't spitting out words, but instead the living fluid that swathes her organs.
Okay, it's obscuring the text a little bit, but it's fine. By the breath of the sacred trees and the wind that binds the earth to heaven.
Like Kazematsuru's cry, the wind sweeps up the fallen snow, and in a single dizzying whirl, scatters it into fine powder. Once again, the tiny motes flutter to the ground, born anew. There's a flash of light, and then it vanishes without a trace.
And I know you're worried about me.
As Kazematsuru gets to her feet, she smiles. It's a tiny smile, barely there, but I see it.
She writes books about the people she battles. That's how she uses their powers. I've already seen almost all of those. I'm sure my subordinates and I are in there too. But it's been 5 years since the Special Investigation Division was founded. I was the one who fitted them out in their first uniforms. Who could know them better than me? I'm not as frail as you think. Lead the way.
If I had to guess, it would have to end after this part, right?
Surely.
It'd be crazy if it kept going forward further. It's a demo.
It's a demo!
Like, looks at Steam just to make sure that I just have the demo. Yeah, I have just the demo, so there shouldn't be more. The full game isn't out until next year, so... Quite a hefty demo, damn.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of the demo for, God, what was it? Snow White Ashes, I think? That I played not too long ago? Or, not too long ago. It was literally like a couple weeks after my debut.
Yeah.
Where, like, it was just surprisingly beefy. I mean, part of that was also me getting distracted by chat, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I love when visual novels have beefy demos, but also...
Yeah.
When does it end?
The devs might want to update how long it takes to play. Because, like, I know reading out loud definitely, like, adds more time than just, like, reading internally, but it shouldn't be double.
It shouldn't be quadruple the time it takes to, like, read it internally.
Yeah. The exterior of the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books is still bathed in deep green. Something's off. Even if she was just setting off magical fireworks here, it shouldn't be this conspicuous. Kazematsuru crouches, peeling off her gloves, and lightly touches the ground. Her fingertips come away coated with soft snow, which melts to reveal grayish-white particles, barely visible in the sunlight.
Bone ash? Looks like the concealment barrier failed. But even so, the way it's overflowing, it's like everything's coated with a layer of magic. Did your sister tell you what happened here?
It wasn't Saruna, it was me. I was the figure of Lord Eight Wings here. I saw him, I can read.
So it's divine influence. That's odd. But forget it, there's no time to harp on it right now.
She stands up and dusts off her hands with a self-deprecating laugh. And then she pushes open the aged black lacquer door of the old bookshop. The wind chime rings out crystal clear, and sunlight streams into the dim room. Kazematsuru is silent, staying protectively in front of me. I look over her shoulder and take in the entire space. The room doesn't seem to have been cleaned up in a while. Her footsteps stir up a huge cloud of dust. Indistinct shapes dangle from the plaster walls. I could just barely make out some plants withered beyond recognition, demonic no masks, and faded tapestries. The weathered wooden shelves are crammed with yellowing books. The cracked floorboards emanate the clammy smell of decay. The formerly vibrant paint is peeling. The exposed innards are furry and stained black by moisture and mold and reek of damp.
Me when I reek of damp.
The gap between the shelves is just wide enough for a single person. As you pass through, the night itches from the spider webs that cling to it. And the further we go, the dimmer it gets. The only gleam of light comes from the tortoise shell fragments inlaid in the antique prints on the wall. It's not that the space lacks lamps or windows, but they're all blocked by the dense bookshelves that tower to the ceiling, so no shaft of light can penetrate. And the books perch precariously upon those heights, surveying everyone beneath. Oh, hello.
Hi. Dear me. I never expected anyone to visit my little shop.
Things are happening. The wind chime seems to have disturbed someone. The ancient air is split by an equally ancient voice. Every wheezing breath is gummed with sticky yellow phlegm. It's like there's a tattered set of bellows built into the speaker's chest. A cane taps upon the staircase. I hear a thud, followed by a prolonged and heavy creak. Then this repeats again, over and over, until the noises finally settle to the ground, like a boulder lowering onto a skull.
What are you looking for? I might be able to help.
Kazumatsuru keeps her voice low. She sounds surprisingly at ease. It's like the person in front of me is someone else entirely, who simply walked in here by chance and has never seen bloodshed. Only I could see the tremors of rage running through her body.
Oh, ma'am, I was wondering if you have any older poetry collections. There are so many books in here, I don't really know where to start looking. This third shelf on the left should have what you're looking for.
I stay close behind Kazumatsuru, keeping every footstep soundless.
Wow, what an old edition of the Manyoshu. I really struck gold here.
Kazumatsuru picks out 2 books at random, her fingers drumming against them. She keeps walking onward.
Why'd you decide to set up shop in Ginza, ma'am? I mean, land's pretty pricey here, isn't it? What is money, after all? You can't take it with you. Hearing all the hustle and bustle does me good. It makes my old bones ache a bit less when I exercise. Ah, that's true. Speaking of, there's a police station around here, right? So it's pretty safe, too? The most trouble I've ever had is the occasional rat or bird.
A pink glow washes over Katsumatsuru's face. She lifts her hand and makes a gesture I don't understand. Then she pauses, and changes it to a clear sideways motion. Stepping softly, I conceal myself in the vast shadow of a nearby bookcase.
By the way, I saw outside. You're planning to move soon? Why's that? It's just that Tokyo is getting a bit too cold for these old bones. But back to you, Missy. Have you decided what you're going to buy?
Kazumatsuru's voice is sweet, but her eyes are more savage than I've ever seen them.
Of course. Here I come.
With those words, she presses her lips as if she's blowing outward. Wind erupts through this cramped shop jammed with furniture, surging between the sealed doors and windows. The way she is shaking. Then, with a rapid volley of ear-splitting whistles, a tremendous force bursts outwards on both sides. There becomes a maelstrom of fragile wood splinters. The bookshelves topple over. The wind sends the books tumbling, rips them apart, and blasts them up towards the high ceiling. I cover my ears against the piercing cracks and huddle on the ground, just as I've done before. I let my magic flow through me. 1, 2, huh? She missed. Was she blocked?
So it's you.
Still hidden behind a pile of books, I carefully squint through a gap in the bookshelf. Thud, creak, thud, creak, thud. After a few explosions, I hear a cane rapping against the floor. It slowly draws closer, so close that every groan of the floorboards seems to last an eternity.
I see you've learned a thing or two in these few years.
I can hear that laughter, ancient and rotted and cruel.
Good. I'm glad to see you're so full of energy, but you're just a little late. Why now? Shouldn't you have done this when they were screaming in agony, their bodies melting away?
With that hunched back and kerchief, the monster looks like any other old woman. She caresses the gleaming knob of her cane, smiling placidly. The bright pink and dark green lights, lodged in the air in front of her, slowly fade away.
Don't you simply feel sorry for a poor old woman? It really is such a pity that you couldn't kill me.
Kazematsuru's face remains impassive. She says nothing. Something's protecting her. For a few seconds, I manage to writhe free of my boiling morass of thoughts. The old woman opens her mouth once again, and Kazematsuru's figure suddenly sways. No, that isn't her. The swaying shadow sends ripples through the air. Her sharp dagger stabs through an open book, and darting swifter than the eye can see, she appears behind the old woman. She leaps high in the air, the dagger spins between her fingers, a ray of clear white light flashes from it. The very tip of its blade is smeared with a blackness deep and dark enough to swallow all color. She soars in the darkness without a sound, without so much as a tremor of breath. The rustle of a turning page. The translucent bubble suddenly bursts. The froth of green foam is split by the dagger's blade, exploding into a chain of green-white sparks. Blood gushes from the wound on Kazematsuru's palm. As the foam dissolves in midair, she involuntarily staggers backwards. And the sharp wooden stake pierces through the vestiges of white light, hurtling straight towards Kazematsuru's face. The blade and the stake collide. An explosion rings through the air. The rotting floorboards shatter under Kazematsuru's feet. She springs upward again, storms of bright color swirling around her feet. A soft breeze cuts through the dust and darkness, revealing a razor-sharp blade circling the old woman. Somewhere, I can still hear pages turning, before the old woman dodges. There's no better opening than now. Ignoring the firing pain in my mouth, I enunciate as clearly as I can. May she henceforth be unable to move. Kazematsuru's momentum doesn't slow. The gale roars behind her, till that blur of silver light kisses the old woman's neck. The sound of a blade sinking into wood.
Looks like you haven't learned your lesson from that old story.
And the old woman's voice issues from the shadows of a bookshelf. My eyes go wide.
You've brought a new little rat. Quite a curious one this time. I'll be sure to study him very carefully.
I don't think Kotori would appreciate being studied.
No. Come to think of it, does he know how his own predecessors died here?
Roots snake through the floor beneath my feet, kicking up pitch black dirt, leaving furrows like huge earthworms. I don't know if she's figured out where I am. I don't want to make any rash moves, but suddenly fleeing now might be even more dangerous. A root scrapes against my foot, its surface hard and jagged. I clamp my hand over my nose and mouth. Don't dare to make a single sound. I might not be getting enough air. My face floods with heat. Fortunately, that thing shows no sign of returning. I only notice now how fast my heart is pounding. Kazematsuru's cold voice rings out from the other side of the room. She blends into the darkness. I can't even catch sight of her. All I see is a motionless shadow.
Next time I won't leave you enough breath to run your mouth, Tomoya Watanabe.
I hear the slash of a blade slicing through branches. The crawling vines, boughs, and thorns have spread across the entire bookshelf without me realizing it. They're studded with brightly colored blossoms.
Do you remember this?
I can hear the smell in the old woman's voice.
It's still covered in the blood of those children of yours. That last one was a lad who liked plants. When it stabbed him right through the chest and hung him on the fence to bleed out, he made quite a lot of noise. I'm sure you heard it.
As soon as she says this, the calm air is abruptly torn apart. Kazematsuru charges out from another corner, reaching the old woman in an instant. The spot where her voice came from holds nothing but a dissipating gust of wind. The wind sends dirt and wood flying. The old woman is lifted perilously aloft by a tangle of vines, as writhing plants rip their way out of the ground, the softest parts glinting like cold metal. As Kazematsuru darts past, they pursue her every step, their sharp tips plunging repeatedly into the ground with a barrage of snapping sounds. Kazematsuru's silhouette stretches out impossibly long. All I can see is a blur of white-gray hair flashing past, moving through the chaos like a lethally cold tempest. She jumps, propelled by the whirlwind beneath her feet, nimbly evading the plants that graze against her. One of them slices a deep gash in her coat, but thankfully no blood is spilled. Once again, her dagger bears down on the old woman, who has a book lying open in her hand. Then when the page turns, the space before her suddenly warps. The air all around Kazematsuru seems to spiral towards the center, forming a vortex. If she keeps going, she'll be sucked in. My entire body is feverish. When I try to open my mouth again, there's a faint swollen ache in my throat. But I couldn't care less. I have to. Nothing stands in the way. Kazematsuru falters for the barest instant, then keeps hurtling forward. The foliage in her path crumbles away, exposing a translucent membrane like a bubble, and beyond that, the astonished face of a Tomoyo Watanabe. The dagger plunges through the thin membrane like a blinding white light. The old woman's lips curl into a cold smile, and Kazematsuru returns it. In the first attack, the air projectiles were buried under the other whales of compressed air. This time, they rained down mercilessly with deafening shrieks, crashing into that hard membrane with irresistible force. The destroyed plants are naturally beyond recovery, and the interval before other vines can grow is enough time to unleash her pent-up murderous intent. The first missile stirs ripples, the second creates a crack, and the final one rips through the membrane completely, tearing open a fatal rift.
If you're using Ageshi and Aihara's magic, you should know their weaknesses just as well as I do. For one, it's not flexible enough. For another, it can only take so much damage.
This time, her dagger finds its mark. It speeds through the fissure created by the air and slices straight across the old woman's neck. Blood fountains out. Then I hear a hoarse cackle, and Kazematsuru clicks her tongue, irked.
Dodged that? Pity.
A sturdy vine cuts Kazematsuru off before she can keep attacking. A slimmer vine wraps around the old woman's waist, smashes through the railing of the overhead walkway, and hoists her to safety, putting her out of reach for now. The old woman has one hand pressed to her throat, which was nearly slit, and the other on her open book. A soft white light glows amidst the dripping blood, and her ragged breathing stops for a second. Then the injury on her throat knits back together, and in its stead, a gaping wound cuts nearly through her eyelid, and the eyeball beneath, oozing a mix of blood and tears. Her face looks even more sunken and atrophied now.
You're weaker than before.
Kazematsuru puts her hand behind her back, signaling me to change my hiding place. I step softly, but my increasingly dizzy brain conjures the illusion that my body is growing hotter and hotter, that I'm treading on clouds. No, it isn't an illusion.
But you're just as reckless as you were before. You did a little better this time, but still no real improvement.
The itch in my throat is getting sharper. I can't take it any longer. I clap my hands over my mouth and cough as softly as I can. And the coughs become more violent, spiraling out of control, until I've gone from hacking up saliva to fresh blood. It sprays between my fingers, impossible to hold back. Damn, who cast the tuberculosis beam on Kotori? My head is on fire, my body is shaking, cold jolting through every nerve like an electric shock.
Not the consumption.
I feel like I'm being buried alive in both lava and snow. All I can do is feebly wrap my arms around myself for warmth.
Those bubbles.
I miss the blast of heat and cold. Pain claws through my marrow, coiling around my bones, stripping away my control of my own muscles. I retch, but all that comes up is a reeking blackened mass of blood. I think Kazematsuru is sprinting towards me, but new plants spring to life, cutting her off. The dagger and the wind hack away as much as they can, but they always seem one step behind. She won't make it. Roots are growing at my feet. They heave away the soil and slowly unfurl tender new shoots. The first thing to be ensnared in that wooden cage is my leg. Plants wind tightly around me, digging into my skin and bones, as if I'm no more than a garden trellis for flowers to climb upon. They squeeze so hard. It's like they're trying to extract some delicious and nourishing juice to quench their thirsty roots. I mean, that's probably exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and the delicious and nourishing juice probably just happens to be your blood.
Mm-hmm. My vision is going black. My body might be screaming, but all I can do is vomit, endlessly and painfully, until my stomach and gullet burst from my mouth.
As I've said, you haven't improved. You didn't even look into what I've gained these past years before you came blundering in with a greenhorn.
I spit out another mouthful of blood and tried to invoke my magic like before. If I can just say it, say that my body is fine. But the branches immediately clench even tighter around my chest, like they're reading my mind. I think I really do scream this time. Kazematsuru's footsteps seem to have slowed as well. She coughs once. Then her breathing becomes rapid, just as mine did. Her lips are pressed tightly together, but the occasional cough bursts out, impossible to contain.
You've been poisoned, too. If you let him die, then perhaps you can try to kill me again.
Kazematsuru's pallid face blooms with a sickly scarlet flush. She shoves her fist against her upper lip and spits out a glob of saliva laced with blood. But her feet never stop moving. She makes her way through the ring of plants and finally stops in front of me. She moves incredibly fast. It's a moment's work for her to sever the branches wrapped around me. She seizes my collar, and with all her remaining strength, she hurls me toward the door. The wind bears my body along, its invisible knife slicing away the oncoming vines, with a force that's almost gentle. It sets me down on my stumbling feet. Kazematsuru stands before me, black blood streaming from her nose and mouth.
Mission failed. You figure out how to open this door. Get away as far as you can.
Then, in a flash, she springs back into that dense jungle of plants and unknown beings. I try again to summon my magic, but even breathing is a struggle. I can no longer tell if the pain I feel is from the poison in my bowels or the circulation of my own magic. As the searing agony threatens to rip my guts apart, I notice that the staircase carved with strange patterns is shuddering, and slowly, drop by drop, blood begins to seep from each stair. Then the light explodes from it, a tsunami of magical force and even some more dangerous pressure. The overlapping sounds of battle seem to fade. I hear Kazematsuru swearing incredulously, but when I look back, all I can see is a storm of tumbling cherry blossoms. The petals scrape against each other with a harsh metallic screech. I'm almost completely parched. This time, it's impossible to force out a word like eliminate. Besides, there's still more petals waiting in the wings. I don't think elimination would go very far. I dare to think. Ugh, do not fall. My muscles are convulsing from my own weight. My fingers are on the door handle, but the glow which settles on them is as faint as the guttering candle, and just as powerless. I don't think I can use any more magic. Just as this flashes through my mind, something close to me shatters.
Watch out!
Blood splashes onto my face. The spell, stretched beyond endurance, collapses. The accumulated petals descend in showers, like a light snowfall. Kazematsuru's body is propped above me, one arm dangling limply. Coppery sweat drips down and splatters in my eye.
I truly never tire of seeing a rat struggle.
I clamp my hands over Kazematsuru's wound to staunch the bleeding, with every trace of remaining strength. But to my shock, all I can sense is my body failing, and darkness eating away at my vision.
How can anything be kept from me in this place? This can't be. I know Yes, I'm an old woman. I'm wounded and blind and running out of magic, but so what? What does any of that matter within my atelier?
Ah, I see. That makes too much sense.
Yeah,
And this time, Kazuya Matsuru's eyes fly open wide.
this bookshop.
Her last words are cut off by the dull thud of something striking flesh.
And now, it looks like it's just you left.
And the old woman's bleeding eyes are firmly shut, but aiming unerringly at my own. I can hear my own feeble groans. I was so smug at the thought of my special magic, but now, for the first time, my complacent soul senses the approaching touch of death. Kazuya Matsuru was right. All I did was get in her way. It didn't help at all. I'd been more useful. I can't tell if the sensation crawling through my nerves is physical anguish or the mental torment of regret. I reach out, clawing until my fingernails split, but I still can't dislodge the vines that slowly clamber out my body, engulfing me in their embrace. The world begins to swim with glowing black and white dots. Fragments of images flash before my eyes. Serena Sakuma, Itsuru Kazematsuru, Kazuya, unconscious, and finally, it all freezes on Hatsuyuki's lifeless face. I can't die. Even if I've never endured such agony, even if I have to squeeze the last drop of blood from my body, I cannot die. There's something I must do. Fear shrinks to an infinitesimal speck, leaving one last bit of room for thought, and resolve rushes in to fill it. Suffocated in an airless void, I see a white feather fall, as if in answer to someone's call. I like that it went, like, in front of the text box.
It's a good touch.
Oh, okay. Pain. Merciless, relentless pain. I try to bring my body back under control, but it's mobilized by a flaying sensation, like a knife is shaving away my nerve endings, turning my vision to a sea of white. Magical force racks my body. Only notice now that Kazumatsuru's body has slumped over, lighter than a falling blossom. Or maybe I've just lost my sense of hearing. But then, why do my ears roar with the sounds of falling feathers and monstrous breathing? Magic rampages through every part of me, squeezing, mending, swelling. It tears apart the vines wrapped around my body, and stuffs them into the ravenous, gaping wounds. My skin peels away, and branches immediately sprout from the bare flesh. A new layer of skin forms over them, but barely lasts for a second before the branches are put away in their frenzied growth. Amidst this inferno of pain, I part my lips, and my face splits open down the middle, where it unfurls on all sides like a blooming flower. I can no longer tell the difference. All I can sense is muscles, veins, and nerves pouring out through the cracks, breathing, growing, spreading, meeting the mingled hot and cold air. And all cells quaking in unison, shrieking with the joy of countless silent howls as they lie bare to the world. Such is life, unfettered, voracious conquest, heedless of death or consequences, and this body is nothing but the paltriest of husks, existing only to serve the most primal hunger. Perhaps I am no human, but a worm struggling in its cocoon. Once my enveloping facade is punctured, all I can do is wallow in the festering slime known as blood and tears, watching it droop through the cracks. And all that is within me, but is not me, rejoices wildly, savoring this untrammeled evolution, enraptured by almost eternal freedom. They bulge inside the bubbles, surrounded by sinew and fat. They squeeze into the crevices between air and light. Just as the universe enfolds stars and humans in death, they twist and tingle to enfold the fresh, untainted dust. My soul is borne aloft in the sweet resonance that eclipses all else, painted in a shower of iridescent hues. I feel capable of anything: society, identity, thought, wisdom. Once I've cast them off, I will gain the power to redeem all of these meaningless losses. Watanabe's wrinkled face is quivering violently. Her attention has finally shifted away from Kazumatsuru's body, lying crumpled on the ground. She opens her half-lidded eyes fully for the first time, and gazes at me with an emotion I can no longer decipher. I have lost my vision, and yet everywhere my eyes spring open. And that is how, in her clouded irises and slightly unfocused pupils, I see my own reflection, shrouded in white feathers, both human and not, spitting forth a pus that erodes the bounds of reality. A humanoid figure, akin to both a bird and a butterfly at once. In that instant, time becomes molten soft. Soft enough to dilate the definition of minutes and seconds, to leap across millennia in the blink of an eye. Right now, I'm certain I can. My lips part on their own. I smile. Every single one of me. It is the smile of a child scribbling the first line of poetry in a notebook. My brain seems to be melting, soaring towards a future of sweet serenity. I probably have just enough time left to utter a few sentences. But it doesn't matter, as long as I succeed. Forget about everything else. Focus. I just have to remember what Kazematsu and Serena told me about her. Holding this in my mind, I tell myself I have to speak. And so, my indolent cells, submerged in bliss, reluctantly begin to stir. No, Itsuru Kazematsu, you and all others were wrong. She, Tomoya Watanabe, is unable to use the magic of another after she has written the book. In essence, she draws power from writing itself, but she also needs a written record as a foundation. If she wishes to reuse it, she has to. Oh, we have options. Illustrate, mutilate, interpret, incant, dissolve, enclose, engrave, distort. Ooh.
Well, okay. When you read something, it is often you have to interpret the meaning of it.
Yeah.
So if I had to guess, that would be the correct option?
I feel like there's no wrong option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The vibes of this game are immaculate.
Yes, I love it here. I'll go with what you picked because it's Bringober. Interpret. The iridescent shatters. All is silent. And the space is all as pale and stony as if it had been transfixed by a snake's stare. But once these words ring out, it exhales a muffled breath. Tomoya Watanabe moves as slowly as an actor in pantomime, with motions so halting they border an exaggeration. She opens the book clasped in her hand. Her withered fingers turn the page, a gesture that has become painfully familiar to me over the past few hours. She looks up. Her hunched back seems to straighten slightly.
Surely you know what you're doing. It's a miracle you're not dead in this state. Further reversion after this is inevitable. Why go such lengths just to save someone? I don't understand what you've done, but I'm willing to let you go. We can all put this behind us. How does that sound?
My mouth parts faintly to detect a peculiar scent in the air. Is that fear? It doesn't smell like it, but perhaps because my brain and spinal cord are alight with joy, I unconsciously overlook anything that's out of place. The organ in what would probably be called my chest cavity unfolds, layer by layer. Air washes over the soft but resilient membranes. I think I'm the one speaking. Not great.
Don't push your luck.
She presses down on a page of the book, and a familiar power surges. Wind whips up to kiss my bare body. Then the magic dissipates. Or it should. The howling gale slices through skin and flesh. Blood rains down in motley spurts. My wings, my branches, my feelers. All are wrenched from me, leaving me behind, a naked pupa. Even as my cells keep growing, the rolling hurricane reduces them to shreds. The screams are silent. My ears hear nothing at all, but the excruciating pain is utterly real. My tender flesh is pared away, pierced by the harsh winds which strip away my warm blood and my body heat. But it keeps regrowing and growing until all my flesh is finally depleted, and even my mind is sluggish from exhaustion.
Reversion is such a hassle. Now there's no way to kill you. You gave me a real scare. Good thing there's still some life in these old bones. I didn't expect this to be just an empty bluff. Or maybe that sort of thinking is beyond your brain now. Either way, first I should get rid of these nuisances.
As she speaks, she opens the book again and surveys my inhuman face with an icy smile. Thinking about my expression, assuming expression from a visage like this wouldn't scare audiences away in the first place. This must be a look of surprise she wanted to see most. As for what will come next, I didn't waste my remaining moments of lucidity to imagine it. The old woman's unsteady breathing, the creak of her clogs against the floorboards, and the sound of a sharp blade stabbing into flesh, sealing Kazematsuru's final fate in mine. Kazematsu is going to die, I think. My body seems to be melting. It flows along the cracks in the floorboards, trickling away in droplets. Long, deformed strands of flesh cling to the surface. It feels so strange to be wedged between wooden planks. I try to move the very few stumps of flesh that are still under my control, but all I manage to do is send an arduous ripple through the sludge.
And now, for you.
My brain can make out fewer and fewer words. This is the last voice I hear.
Such a severe reversion. That's tricky to deal with. Oof. Nearly there. Just a little more. Now, let me think. How should I serve you up?
With barbecue sauce.
I've never come across such fresh ingredients. All those severed appendages. I'll skin them with mercury first. We'll discuss it later. And the main body... I still need to treat it so that it doesn't regenerate. But I hear that fellow's gotten hold of something called acid. One of these days I'll ask for some to try out.
Accompanied by the sound of turning pages, the tender flesh of my neck ruptures and blood pours out. And as the remaining scarlet flesh strives to bind itself back together, an unknown sharpness repeatedly cuts into it, over and over, with no sign of an end. Darkness slowly consumes my vision. Unable to draw breath, I shrivel away, but an unremarkable strand of spider web keeps me miserably suspended between life and death, as something no longer human. Life is reborn amidst destruction, and perishes amidst vitality. But none of that is my concern any longer.
Damn, so I was wrong.
We got a bad end.
That's crazy.
To think you get a bad end in this. Wow. Handmade specimen. And that's the demo. Yippee.
Yippee!
Okay, apparently the first demo, which was just a complete prologue, so...
Okay, so it's kind of like how the dev team for Our Life is handling their demos, where they, like, update them until, like, the game is in a playable state and can be released fully. That's neat.
Yeah. Apparently their team is only made up of 3 people, so...
That's crazy.
Yeah, this is very good. Crazy that it's only 3 people.
Yeah, this is a really fucking good demo.
Apparently there's a 3.0 that's going to be released by the end of the year, so maybe we can visit that when that comes out. But they're aiming for a full release in 2026, so that's exciting.
Yay!
Up. Hi, Relix.
Hi, Relix.
That was fun. Enjoyable. Very good. Definitely want
It's
more.
Really fucking cool.
Yeah. I want more. Miss all the boy-on-boy action.
I don't think we even really met any of the romanceables.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we did, which is crazy.
Because I thought Hatsuyuki for sure was gonna be one, but no, they killed her off.
Yeah.
I don't think Kazuya is gonna be one. I thought maybe for a moment, oh, they're probably gonna set something up with Itsuru. No, I don't think so.
I don't know, man. It was crazy. Very exciting.
That's crazy. But yeah, this is really fucking good.
Yeah, I really look forward to how it continues. Thank you so much once again to the devs for reaching out to me to check this out. I was supposed to play a second visual novel before it was time for Hollow Knight. Let me double check how long that one's estimated to be, because I might have to move things around. Yeah, that's fair, Relix. It's really good. I feel like you would like it too, Relix.
It's got some, like, a mystery shit going on. You would eat that shit up.
Okay, the other one is estimated to take over 2 hours to play through if every line is read aloud. Might have
Hmm.
to scoot that to a different day. I don't know.
Perchance.
You saw the whole Destruction Rebirth thing? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Very into it.
Mm-hmm.
And Peachy, you're so right. I didn't address it earlier, but you're so right. Kodori is that gets put in situations.
Mm-hmm.
Me when I love Blorbo getting put in situations.
Yeah.
We had a conversation about this last night.
I'm not surprised.
Smile. Me when Peachy and I hold each other hostage.
Yeah. How late were you guys up for?
Too long.
Hmm.
Don't worry about it.
Hmm.
Don't worry about it.
Hmm.
Smile so sweetly at you.
Kind of wishing the devs for the other VN was like a little more specific about like how much over 2 hours.
Yeah.
Hmm. For the sake of the recording for the this though Taishō romance, really look forward to how it continues though. Yes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I will definitely recruit you for when more is out, be it for 3.0 or just the full
Yay!
release. We'll see.
And maybe we can recruit maybe like a couple other people.
Maybe. Because I'm pretty busy with just Kotori with all the narration.
No, yeah.
I still want to keep his uncle too, though. He won't be
No,
there very often.
understandable. His uncle's hot.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, I'll stop recording.